Mohamed
Morning.
Amrani from Morocco,
Ouais.
Association marocaine des actuaires. Thank you.
Very happy to meet you. Africa,
Yes, welcome. Thank you.
the real new of the world will come from Africa. This is my idea.
I hope so. Thanks for your support.
Yeah, absolutely. I read that you had recently the 5th Congress of Actuaries in Africa.
Yes,
Fifth,
indeed, 4 years ago. Yes,
Yeah.
the 5th, 4 years ago. But
Yeah, I remember well.
this year, yes, this year we have the 6th African
the
Actuary
6th.
Congress
Okay.
in Ghana.
Very well.
Great, thank you.
Good morning. So I think we're going to get started. So welcome and good morning to everyone who is in the room this morning, and also to those of you who are online. Thank you for joining us. I should say good morning, some of you very early morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. I see some very early risers this morning online, so thank you for that.
Good morning, Rosanna, from all the
So we have a good full room here. So let's get started. So the first item on the agenda is the welcome and introductions. So I first want to say, of course, welcome to Brussels and our council meeting. It is really quite wonderful that we get to have so many of you here in the room with us this morning. And of course, also the participation across the world. So really, I think in the spirit of the IAA as a global organization, it is really heartening for us as the officers to see the and feel this energy here. So thank you so much for being here and for being part of the meeting today, because it really does demonstrate your interest in the organization. So the first introductions, I am Rosanne Harris. I realized last night I did not say that. But, and I'm president of the IAA for 2022, and I come from South Africa. And I have to my left Micheline Dion, who is the president-elect. So she will be taking over for 2023, and she is from Canada. And also on my right, I have Jan Kaas, who is the immediate past president, and I am supported here by Mathieu Langier, who is also our executive director. So I'm going to then do the round of introductions, starting with the people in the room. So if you can state your name and the association that you are here representing. And then we can all see who is participating today. Gabor, I'm going to start with you, please. Oh, and just to note, you switch on your microphone. It will go red here when it is live, so that we can make sure that our online colleagues can hear us. Go ahead.
So, Gabor Hanak, I'm representing the Hungarian Actuarial Society. Myself Shubhendu Bal. I'm the President of Institute of Actuaries of India.
I'm Maria Sarli from the Conference of Consulting Actuaries, and I'm also proxy voting for the American Society of Enrolled Actuaries.
My name is Maria Kamenarova, and I am chairperson of Slovak Society of Actuaries.
Frank Kuipers, representing Aston and proxy for AFIR.
Ralph Blanchard, Casualty Actuarial Society.
Thomas Béal, Institut des Actuaires.
Jason Malone, Canadian Institute of Actuaries.
Philippe de Mol, Institute of Actuaries in Belgium.
Zena Hinton, Australia.
Advik Sorga, representing Austria.
Harri Kuosmanen, Actuarial Society of Finland.
Wilhelm Schneemeyer, representing the German Association.
Mike Lombardi, representing Society of Actuaries.
Hello, Baiba Mohchana. I'm representing Latvian Actuarial Association and Estonian Actuarial Association today. Thank you.
Odd Svensson, Den Norske Aktuarforening, Norway.
I'm Charles Steza. I represent the Actuarial Society of South Africa.
Louise Pryor, the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries.
Svetlana Markulevska, representing Macedonian Actuarial Association.
Alexander Dollhoff, Society of Actuaries in Sweden. Good morning.
Douglas Carey, I represent the PBSS section.
Good morning, Pedro Pacheco, representing the Life section.
Good morning, Petr Bohumsky, Czech Society of Actuaries.
Daphne Kaufman, representing Israel Association.
Thank you. And then we'll go to the online participants. So I'll start with Giancarlo.
Gianpaolo Crenca, representing ISOA, Italian Actuarial Association.
And then I'll go to Lisa.
Lisa Wade, representing the Caribbean Actuarial Association.
Marcin.
Marcin Krzykowski, representing Polish Actuarial Association.
From Denmark, go ahead.
My name is Jette. I'm president of the Danish Actuarial Society.
Portugal.
My name is Lourdes Afonso. I'm president of the Instituto de Atuários Portugueses, Portugal.
And then Mohammed Amrani.
Yes, Mohammed Amrani. I represent Moroccan Association of Actuaries. Thank you.
And then I think from South Korea.
Good afternoon, Gemini from South Korea.
Juan Carlos Padilla from Colegio Nacional de Actuarios, Mexico.
Neil Tago.
Neil Tago, representing Actuarial Society of Ghana.
And Uroš Kovač, representing Slovenian Actuarial Association.
This is Alexander Wong, representing the Actuarial Societies of Hong Kong.
And Stephen Taylor, are you online?
Hi, Stephen Taylor. I'm chair-elect of the UK Association of Consulting Actuaries.
And Frank Devlin.
Hi, Frank Devlin, representing the Singapore Actuarial Society.
Oh, Akihiro.
Yes, Aki Ota from Japanese Society of Certified Pension Actuaries.
John Oost.
Hello, John Oost, representing the Dutch Actuarial Association.
I think everybody online we have introduced. Is there anyone online? I'm coming to that. Is there anyone online who I have not given an opportunity to introduce?
Hello, Tomio Murata, Institute of Actuaries of Japan.
Welcome.
Good morning, Philip Shire from the Society of Actuaries in Ireland.
Thank you, Philip.
Hello,
Right,
this
and then
is
we have... Oh, go ahead.
hello, this is Rodrigo Silva from Asociación Colombiana de Actuarios.
Great, it's really exciting to have so many of you participating online. Thank you so much. And then we come back to the room. I see we've been joined by, I go with the Swiss at the end of the table first.
Tulhani representing the Swiss Association of Actuaries.
And Rafael?
Rafael Moreno representing the Spanish Institute of Actuaries.
Thank you. I think everyone at the table has been introduced, so I'm going to go to the table behind, which is the chairs of our various committees. So Tanya, starting with you.
Hello, Tanya Manning, Chair of the Nominations Committee.
Charles Cowling, Chair of Advanced Committee.
Good morning, Henning Wagen, Chair of the Education Committee.
Mike McDougall from the Membership Committee.
Richard Galbraith, Advice and Assistance Committee.
Andrew Chamberlain, Actuarial Standards Committee.
Great, well, thank you so much for all of those introductions. I think we are well prepared to have a good meeting with lots of participation and input. I look forward to that. So just in terms of some of the meeting procedures, as those of you online as well have heard, we have quite a few people in the room as well as quite a few people online. And so we have a few meeting procedures here to try and ensure that, that we're going to have the meeting run smoothly. So at the moment, the representation you have heard across the various associations. In the council meeting, we have one delegate for each FMA and section participating in the meeting, and you can see the full attendance list attached to the documentation for the meeting this morning. So the online participants, you have been automatically muted, but if you do want to participate in the discussion or raise any questions, then you can use the raise hand feature on Zoom, and hopefully I will see it, or I will be assisted by my fellow officers and by Mathieu, and make sure that that we do see it. I would appeal to everyone in the room to make sure that when you are making contributions, whether it's a comment or asking a question, that you do keep those inputs to 3 minutes or less, being a little bit more generous than yesterday, and so we can make sure that everyone has an opportunity to participate. So just in terms of our meeting procedures in general, we do not accommodate in our statutes amendments to motions in the meetings. So where there is a need to make any revision, then it would go to a separate ballot. And just in terms of the procedures itself, when we have a motion on which we are voting, then I will be asking for a mover and a seconder for that motion. And I'll go through the process again just now, but you will have the opportunity to ask questions. So again, those on Zoom, raise your hand. Those in the room, also raise your hand, but in the physical sense. And I will unmute you. And of course, when you are in the room, please don't forget to make sure that you have the microphone on when you are speaking, both for the audibility in the room as well as for those online to hear. I'm also very mindful that I am a native English speaker, and so I have the privilege of speaking in my first language, and many of you are not in that position when you are contributing to the discussions. So I hope that I will not speak too fast at any point, and I'm certainly very aware of it, but if you are not understanding, please feel free to stop and ask. It's important that this meeting is inclusive from the point of view that everybody feels that they are following and that they are understanding the process. And I completely appreciate that often the language does not easily translate. So when we do go to a vote, then there will be a poll on Zoom, and you will have the opportunity to vote. You can see there, you will either use the yes, the no, and then the slow down key is what you will use to abstain. Here in the room, we will go to a vote. You will have your votes indicated by the cards in front of you. And of course, then you will raise your card, indicating when I ask for a yes or a no, and then to indicate abstentions. Of course, we do have the challenge that because this is a council meeting, when it comes to the votes, that we have the votes are weighted according to the different FMAs, and of course, some of you also have proxies for other associations. So it does mean that that the counting of the votes is somewhat complicated, particularly with the online. So please bear with us in terms of going through those procedures. So in terms of those of you online, you can use the chat feature. I am reasonably good at multitasking, but not so good. So I will ask Mathieu to flag any comments that I need to pay attention to in the chat, but I will undertake that during the breaks, I'll catch up with what is happening on the chat as well. And of course, those of you in the room, if you do have comments, you would obviously have to raise your hand to make them. I also like to welcome the people who are watching us online on YouTube. We have various people observing these proceedings. And again, thank you to all of you online for your interest in the association. And happy to address any questions afterwards that you can address through the Secretariat. So certainly trying to balance here across various time zones, as well as to ensure that that every organisation in the IAA has the opportunity to be represented and heard. So in terms of our meeting here this morning, we have, I'm just looking at these stats that were updated this morning. So thanks to the Secretariat for keeping these almost as live numbers, I think. So we have 133 out of 176 council delegates present. And I must say, I think that deserves a round of applause in terms of the participation in this meeting. Thank you. So that means that in terms of the proxies and the ballots that have been submitted, that we have representation just short of 85% of our voting rights to be exercised in this meeting. So just to reiterate in terms of how that voting procedure works, we have that a motion is when we come to the point in the agenda where there is a motion to be voted on, then that motion will be put onto the floor, as it were, for being proposed. Someone here in the meeting will propose the motion. Someone here in the meeting will second the motion. It is at that point that we then go to any discussion in terms of questions, and then we will go to the vote. So important to note that, as I said up front, we do not make any amendments to the ballot. So if during that discussion, for example, there is a fatal flaw, then we may well postpone the vote. But we would not make an amendment to it before actually going to the vote. So I hope that is clear in terms of the procedures. And I think before I go to the agenda, maybe I will just pause at that point to see if there are any questions about the meeting procedures. Nope, not seeing any. Excellent. So hopefully I am being clear so far. So the next item is the approval of the agenda. So the agenda has been distributed with the 30 days notice as per the requirements of our statutes. We have the agenda, which is the initial part of the agenda, is the feedback from the various statutory committee reports. On the agenda today, we have the feedback from the executive committee, and then we have feedback from the strategic planning committee. We also have feedback from the nominations committee, as well as from finance and audit. So those feedback items will be delivered by the various chairs of those committees. We then, and there are a number of motions that you will see included in the agenda. Then we will move on to the business agenda, which is where we have a number of items for discussion and action, which also includes some committee inputs. So in terms of the agenda, I'm also proposing at this stage that under any other business, which is item B13 on the agenda, we'll have some feedback from the special discussion on the war in Ukraine, which was held yesterday afternoon for those of you who participated, and I will provide some feedback and some indication there on the way forward. So, having added that, and perhaps I can ask if there are any other items that for any other business, we will go to a motion. So could I have a proposer for the agenda? Oh, I see Bazana. And second, Gabor. Thank you. Any questions, discussions on the agenda? Line. Great, not seeing anyone. Let's go to a vote then. Those in favor of the agenda, please indicate. Those, thank you. Those against? And any abstentions? Those of you online, you'll have the opportunity to use the Zoom poll, which should be visible in front of you, where you can indicate yes, no, or abstain. And we seem to have unanimous support online, so thank you for that. So the next item we have on the agenda is the approval of the previous council minutes. So the minutes were distributed as part of the meeting material that was distributed 30 days prior. May I please have a proposer for the minutes of the previous council meeting held on December the 5th, 2021? Thank you, Mike. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Gabor. Any questions, comments, discussion on the minutes for the council meeting of December 2021? Seeing none, we can go to a vote. So those in favour of adopting the minutes, again, the poll will appear online in the room. Those in favour, please indicate. Thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? Thank you. Please go ahead online and vote. Thank you. I see we are joined by our colleague from Nigeria, so would you like to make an introduction? Just your name and your association.
Okay, thank you. My name is Yeside Kazim. I'm president of the Nigerian Actuarial Society. Nice to meet everybody.
Thanks, Yeside. And I'm also joined by a colleague from Brazil. Go ahead, Raquel.
I'm Raquel Marimon, and I'm representing the Brazilian Association of Actuaries.
Thank you. So, Christian, I guess that updates our numbers. Ah, thank you. Excellent. So the next item on the agenda then is some feedback on the ballots that were distributed electronically. So as I mentioned, we are not just having votes in the council meeting itself, but in order to progress the operations of the IAA, where we need council approval, then we sometimes go to an electronic ballot. And I must stress that we do take pains to ensure that, that those ballots are for matters that are fairly clear or have been discussed in council. So in this period up until this meeting, we had 3 ballots. The ballots that were put out for the vote electronically was on the approval of the Statement of Intent, that's the SOI, for the pandemics task force, also the statement of intent for the future actuary task force. Those were recommended by the strategic planning committee, but once approved by the council, they then become a task force of the executive committee, and the feedback on their work will be presented accordingly. The third one was the ratification of appointments that were made by the executive committee, and those related to the leadership of the education committee and the resource and environment forum. So thank you to all of those organizations that participated in the electronic ballots, and I'm pleased to report that all of those motions were passed. So the purpose of having it on the agenda today is, of course, to give you this feedback and to ensure that it is recorded in our minutes. So thank you for that. Right, then we have some celebrations to recognize. It's almost like the birthday part of the meeting, and we actually have quite a few milestones that various associations have met over this period. So the first two is 125 years, which is a very impressive milestone to achieve. And our Italian colleagues I will not attempt to pronounce the official name, but the Actuaries Institute of Australia I can pronounce. So first of all, I'd like to recognize the 125-year anniversary of those associations. And then we have a centenary celebration, and you will see the picture there that I attended the centenary celebration in Finland last week. And so I'm very pleased to congratulate Finland on their centenary celebration. And we're not done yet. We have 50 years for the Society of Actuaries in Ireland. So I believe those celebrations are also ongoing. So congratulations to the Society of Actuaries in Ireland. And then we have a quarter-century celebration, 3 of our associations, so in Latvia and in Slovakia and in Actuarial Society of Zimbabwe, all celebrating 25 years, so congratulations to them. So I'm very pleased to share this with you because I think it gives us a sense both of the growth in the profession as well as the long history as well. And I think that in terms of what we're doing at the IAA, it is important that we have both of those aspects recognized. So thank you so much to those associations and Slovenia. I'm so sorry. Slovenia. Right, so now we can move on to the statutory committee reports. And the first report is from me in my capacity as chair of the executive committee. So this first portion of this feedback will be on the work of the executive committee. What is on this slide in front of you at the moment is the work plan and targets for the executive committee for 2022. So we are in May, but we have made some progress with these items, and what I'm going to do is provide you with some feedback. So you can see that the topics that the executive committee is engaged with is, of course, supporting the decisions made by the recommendations made by the strategic planning committee, particularly as it comes to the strategic plan, which will be presented to you by the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, Jan, shortly. Also engaged with diversity and inclusion, and I'm going to give you quite a lot of feedback on that during the course of this agenda. Also, communication is top of mind for us in the Executive Committee. Very aware of the need to ensure that our communication tools are effective, just in terms of operationally, but going a step beyond that, making sure that we also have a strategy for effective communication. So it's not just the how we communicate, but what we are communicating as well. And that is a project that is occupying the executive committee at the moment. And then in terms of the mission of the IAA, in terms of impact, advance, and assure, we have various feedback I'm going to go into more detail on shortly. And importantly is also the engagement with the sections and encouraging greater collaboration between the sections and the other entities in the IAA. So let me go into a little bit of detail on these items. So the first one is in terms of impact and our relationship with various supranational organizations. So in terms of our supranational relationships, we have the supras categorized in terms of tiers, and those tiers, so particularly the tier 1 supras, determines the resources, the time and commitment that we are giving to those supranational associations. And I'm really pleased to say that in a number of these relationships, we have been able to have very positive engagements and certainly increased the scope as well as the frequency of those engagements. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the IAIS, which is the International Association of Insurance Supervisors. And our relationship with them also includes the Access to Insurance Initiative. That's the very clever logo there on the right, the A2II. And we have an MOU, which is actually a joint MOU between us and the IAIS and the A2II. Oh, and when I say MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, which is always catching me up on my acronyms. So in terms of the relationship with the IAIS, I think the work of the A2II has been really instrumental in the relationship and the positive developments in our relationship with the supranational. And I cannot thank the volunteers adequately who have been involved in this initiative, which is really about building capacity in supervisory capacity in markets. And as I'm sure you are aware, building that supervisory capacity is key to ensuring that there is an enabling environment and certainly part of financial inclusion as a global objective. And so we, after very successfully running these access to insurance initiatives, initially in English, we have now actually translated and running those initiatives in Spanish as well. And the intention is, of course, to move on to French. And this will certainly increase the reach of this excellent work. So I pay particular credit to Fred Rawley, who is a past president of the IAA, who has taken on this task with gusto, and certainly is flying the flag for us as the IAA in terms of this work. I think as a indication of the additional or improvement in our engagement with the IAIS, we have been invited to their annual global seminar, which is taking place in Dubrovnik in June. And we will be presenting a workshop at that seminar, which will provide us with an opportunity to engage with supervisors from around the world, and particularly on the value of actuarial input and the relevance of actuarial input to their work. So we're very excited about the opportunity to actually be on the inside, as it were, and to be part of that event. At that event as well, we will be formally signing the Memorandum of Understanding. Renewal. Oh, it's a renewal. Yes, it is a renewal of our Memorandum of Understanding. Right, so then the next one I'm going to speak about is the IFRS, and the associated with that is, of course, the International Sustainability Standards Board, and this one has been identified as a level 2 priority, which means that we respond to the requests when there is the opportunity to do so. And in this case, we will be responding to their exposure drafts related to sustainability and climate-related disclosure. And I think that Gabor, in his feedback on the CRTF, will be talking to some of these initiatives. And of course, the IASB, very important in terms of insurance supervision as well, has been working around a strategy there. Perhaps engagement during the COVID period has not been as great, but we are certainly staying close in terms of the opportunities for actuarial input to the various projects. In terms of some other supranational organizations, we have been able to expand our reach. And in terms of the excellent work that has been done by the Climate Risk Task Force, it has given us the opportunity to engage with a number of entities which perhaps are not as aware of the potential role for actuarial input. And I think the excellent work that was initiated by Micheline Dion when she was chair of the CRTF, and has been continued by Gabor, as he will report shortly, has given us the opportunity to really demonstrate the role that actuaries can play in terms of climate risk. And then in terms of the OECD, as well as the IOPS, or which is the International Organization of Pension Supervisors, we have also renewed our Memorandum of Understanding with the OECD. We have actually signed that document already, although we had to do it in a virtual kind of way. So we are certainly looking forward to the opportunity to participate in the open session that the OECD is holding in Paris in June. In addition, the OECD reached out to the IAA to provide comments on the report on the impact of COVID-19 on mortality and life expectancy. And I was very pleased that a number of FMAs contributed to that feedback. And so we were able to provide input on a truly global basis in terms of reflecting what is happening in various markets around the world. So when I was reading through the various comments, I noted that all of our regions were commenting on that document, which was really positive over a short period of time, and I think really valued by the OECD in terms of that rapid turnaround. Then the next topic is under Assure, and of course these are the elements of our mission, which is around assuring the integrity of the actuarial profession, and that includes our key objective around diversity and inclusion, which I'm going to give you more on later. But bearing in mind, of course, that in 2019, the Council approved the update to our values to include diversity and inclusion, and that's why it is really important that we keep you appraised of how that has found its way operationally in terms of what we are doing. The Advice and Assistance Committee has also been working on a number of initiatives, and I must pay tribute to the work of the various committees and entities that have been, of course, somewhat hampered by the logistical implications of the COVID-19 pandemic. But a great deal of effort has gone into keeping those initiatives on track. So there are a video series that is available illuminating actuaries, so I encourage you to have a look at that. And the Advice and Assistance Committee is also undertaking a review of the associate members. We have a long list of associate members, and it's important to us to ensure that they are getting the necessary support. Which is what, of course, the key role of advice and assistance is. Support to either progress to the FMA status or to identify what needs those members have to make sure that the IAA as an organization is best filling those needs. But certainly to stress that our intention is to ensure that we are reaching the profession around the world, and for us to be inclusive as possible, but not in a way that we just have names on a piece of paper, but that we have actual engagement with all of those associations. So that is the intention. And then in terms of the education aspect of the Assure function, we are going to, the main work of the Education Committee, I think, over this period has been around the proposal that was put together and sent to the Strategic Planning Committee on their request, and which I certainly thank them for the efforts that has gone into coming up with something that is as inclusive and as much of a consensus, I think, is as feasible to achieve in as diverse an association as we are. And so I'll be giving you a bit more feedback on that when we come to the discussion on the education guidelines later in the agenda. And then our advance function. So in terms of the advance function, this includes, of course, what is happening at the various forums, as well as the engagement with the sections. And I'm pleased to say that there are a number of instances, this is something that we are certainly trying to encourage, where there is engagement between the sections, where we have individual actuaries as members of the sections, and the forums, where we have the FMAs as participants in the forums, and where there are common projects. And I certainly want to encourage the forums to come forward with those projects and to be making proposals for task forces on relevant topics to the Advance Committee. But certainly plenty of opportunity for sharing information that has taken place, and of course, as we went through the COVID-19 pandemic, there was of course a great opportunity for us as a global organization to provide some form of platform for actuaries to be sharing their experience, both in terms of modeling and understanding the pandemic, but also in terms of its implications in terms of pricing and reserving. And of course, we are not out of the woods yet, and there is a lot of work still to be done in terms of understanding the implications of the pandemic. And of course, that is one of the reasons why we have formed that task force that was approved at the last council meeting. Also, a lot of online material that has been established by or put together by the various sections. And I think this plays an important role in terms of actuaries who are qualified having access to this information for their ongoing career development, as well as for new actuaries or new students entering the profession to get access to practical examples of the work of actuaries around the world. And a number of opportunities for that research work being done to be showcased and to be made available and accessible to the profession at the various section events. And I think we will speak more about those events later on in the agenda, but you can see a few examples of those on the slide. So in terms of, actually let me pause at this point before I go on to the diversity topic to see if there are any questions. I just want to find my notes here, so I'm pausing for a purpose. Any questions or comments on the impact, assure, and advance feedback? Okay, so then let me go into this. All right, so let me take a few moments then to talk a little bit about the why of us embarking on a diversity journey. And I certainly must pay tribute to the presidents who have gone before me in terms of starting this, particularly Tanya, whose passion really underpins the work that we have done and in getting, of course, the approval of that addition to the value statement. So I thought a good way to illustrate this, just to change the tone a little bit, is to do a visualization. And I must say that I've listened to a lot of talks, and I give credit to one of the talks that I listened to, which really tried to illustrate the challenges that we face. And I'm sure this is something that you can identify with. But the way that this was conveyed to me was through a visualization. So imagine, as you have done, that you are traveling to Brussels, that you are flying here to Brussels. So I want you to try and visualize your flight, and that as you perhaps arrive here in Brussels, that when you leave the airplane, the pilot steps out of the cockpit to greet you, as sometimes happens. Usually they do it afterwards and not before, which is reassuring. And when you are here in Brussels, you take some time out to go to one of the famous restaurants. So you have a look and you get a recommendation, and there is a famous restaurant with a renowned chef, and you are privileged to go to that restaurant and enjoy a meal. And perhaps that meal you are meeting with the chief actuary of a company, a global company in your area of practice that you are working with. So, may I ask you, in your visualization, was the pilot perhaps a black female? Was the chef perhaps an Asian person who is disabled? And was the chief actuary perhaps someone who looks like me? So we often find ourselves in a situation where we're most comfortable with the people who we're most familiar with, and that is human nature. And it's not a case of turning off our human nature, because obviously we find it easier to relate to people who look like us and sound like us, but we need to be aware of it. And I think that's the important aspect of our diversity journey, is for us to be aware of that. So here's another visualization, which I must say I identify with as well, which is when you walk into a room and there's a conversation going on. So it might be, say, here in Brussels, where you walk into one of the meeting rooms and there's a conversation going on, or perhaps a dinner party or a break room at work, or even a family gathering. And you walk into the room and there's a conversation going on, but as you walk in, it stops. And of course, how do you feel? And it's not often in a council meeting that that's the question you will be asked, but how do you feel when that conversation stops? Of course, you feel not welcome perhaps, or that you are not intended to be there, that you don't belong. And so I think it's important that we recognize that we are here, and certainly we belong in this conversation. And we want everyone to feel that they belong in the conversation. So we need to continue that conversation, and we need to find ways to ensure that everyone feels welcome. So you'll see that on the slide I've reflected on our diversity journey, as initially there's almost a tick box exercise in terms of how we measure it. And of course that's important. It's not to say that that isn't important, because that's how we create the awareness. But I think the important thing to recognize is that is the first step. The next step is to say that if we are able to improve how that looks, how our diversity across regions, across language, across gender, across age, across areas of practice, and across different experiences, as we are successful in creating that diversity, which I'm pleased to say, when I look around this room, in the room and even online, I think that we have made great progress. But what do we do with that? And what we do with that is to create the diversity of thought, to make sure that we are having those diverse conversations. And of course, it's not just about having the conversations, but making sure that everybody is able to bring their genuine self to those conversations. And I think that is the toughest part, is taking that extra step towards inclusion. And I guess we have a leadership role to play here in terms of the work that we do at the IAA, but perhaps also a supportive role towards the what is happening at the level of the FMAs. And that is how we have viewed it in terms of the work of the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force that is sitting under the Executive Committee. So our role is to improve diversity within the IAA, but also to take steps to support the FMAs in the work that they are doing in this important topic. And of course, what is defined as diversity in different regions is of course very different. And we really are, to use an African expression, we are a melting pot here in terms of the member associations from around the world. So what have we been doing as the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force? So I'm pleased to say that we have launched a microsite, which is within the IAA website. I hope that you have seen it. If not, please go and have a look, because the value of that website is not just in terms of the various events that we have done, but there are links through to what has been happening in various member associations around the world. And I must say, there is really excellent and inspiring work that is going on around the world. And so our role as the task force is not just to create our own content, but also to provide the platform for sharing that experience. And it's important that that is sharing of what works and also what doesn't work in terms of what's happening around the world. But what we did do in terms of events is that we had not just a Women's Day, but a Women's March. And I hope that, that those of you who are not English speakers understand that there is a double meaning, because of course there is the month of March and women marching, as you see in the little picture on the screen. So, so we had a month of events that we showcased online relating to essentially gender diversity in the profession. We started off with celebrating the female leaders of the profession. So I'm lucky enough to be the fourth female president of the IAA. And so we were able to have some reflections on that. But we were also able to showcase some other important trailblazers in the profession, as well as young female actuaries as well. And so I must say, I found the contribution, particularly we identified 27 associations from around the world that were headed by women in 2022, which is really exciting. And so many of them were willing to contribute really valuable insights. So I encourage you to have a look at those videos. And then the last aspect of our celebration in March was a webinar with leaders from the IAIS and A2II, as well as from the ILO, the International Labour Organization, looking at how we as a profession can contribute to greater financial inclusion for women around the world, and how the products and the way we think about designing and developing financial products addresses those needs. So what you will have recently received is an invitation from the Diversity and Inclusion Task Force to identify a liaison. So a person in your association who is the contact point when it comes to diversity and inclusion initiatives. And the reason for that is to promote two-way flow of communication. So first of all, for us to increase awareness, to have someone in your association who can champion the awareness of the various events, but also someone who can share with us and of course with your fellow associations the work that is happening in your particular region. So the topics that we are working on is around sharing of experience, as well as other topics such as how bias affects our work. So I've spoken specifically about the activities around gender diversity, but we have also identified that diversity by age and also cultural diversity are other important factors to our member associations, and we will be addressing those through our work plan. We also have a number of activities upcoming. So International Actuaries Day on September the 2nd. I hope that that is marked in your diary. as an important day. We also have Convention A in September, and of course ICA 2023, and at all of those events we will be showcasing some topics as well as the experience and actions of various member associations. So now I get to take a little bit of a pause and hand over to Gabor. So another task force that sits within the ambit of the executive committee is the Climate Risk Task Force, and Gabor has taken over the chairing of that task force from Micheline when she stepped into the president-elect role. So Gabor, would you like to go ahead and give your feedback? I think you're going to come up to the podium so we can see you.
Hear me online as well? Can you confirm? Yeah, okay, thank you. So let me start with some thanks and recognitions. So I would like to thank the support of the Executive Committee and the officers for the work which the CRTF stands for Climate Risk Task Force. I will be using CRTF so for our work, and especially to Micheline, who support us quite effectively. I think, Micheline, this topic is very close to your heart, and you continue to comment as well as push us to the right direction. Thank you very much. I would like to also thank the delegates of these meetings, because I've heard a number of contributions related to climate action, climate-related risks during the week, especially and in particular last night when we had a dinner. Paul Braithwaite came to me. I don't know if Paul is here right now. He is the chair of the Enterprise and Financial Risk Forum, and he wanted to connect to the work of the CRTF, Climate Risk Task Force, on behalf of the membership of the forum. So we will be working on that, how to provide that. At the same time, I would like to recognize and thank the hosting association, in particular Philippe de Mol. Thank you, Philip, for your organizational work, which was very effective, and also all the people in the Belgian Association for their hospitality. Yesterday especially was a wonderful night, so thank you, Philip, very much.
Thank you, Gabor.
Okay. So let's turn to what we have been doing. So this is the composition of the Climate Risk Task Force. We added 2 people from Asia and Africa to the task force this year. It became a bit more diverse and inclusive. So thank you very much, Roseanne, and thank you for the support that the Executive Committee endorsed. The proposal came from the task force. So the basis of our work is the Statement of Intent, SOI, the Statement of Intent, which was approved 2 years ago, practically, at Council. I think it was a virtual Council. So, and you can read on the screen, you can read the important elements of the Statement of Intent. It's important that we should develop certain documents, certain papers, and it's clearly identified in the Statement of Intent. I will be talking about those topics in a minute. And also create good relationships with the relevant external stakeholders. And at the same time, while doing that, we should remain in the actual field. We should add value, not just copy-pasting what others have done. So far, 4 papers have been released or published by the IAA on behalf of the CRTF, or developed by the CRTF, out of the 8 envisaged in the Statement of Intent. And also we have produced 1 joint paper and it's really important, one joint paper with the IPCC, Working Group 1. So IPCC stands for the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. That's a very important relationship for us, and I got to say that after the release of each paper, we have a webinar. We deliver a webinar to our members and also externals. And when it came to this particular paper and the webinar on the joint paper, we had really a huge participation. About 3 times as many members or participants listened to the webinar as to the next paper, which is a sole IAA paper. So I think such cooperations with our key stakeholders and working closely with them is really a key to success, because we can make a bigger impact on the stakeholders. So and we can serve our actual community better. And each of the papers has been promoted through various channels. I encourage you, when you receive a note of the release of a paper like that, you can also promote the paper through your own channel, social media, as well as perhaps your employer or whatever channels you have. So I will list the papers that have been released. So paper 1, that was really a foundational paper about the basics almost 2 years ago. And then paper 2 was an introduction to climate-related scenarios. And the next one, paper 3, built on that and expanded climate-related scenarios applied to insurance and other financial institutions. That was from last year. And then the last paper released in April, last April, so about a month ago, that was an application of climate-related risk scenarios to asset portfolios. And that's created quite a big awareness. I said at some of the meetings that in my own firm, it's created a good publicity, so good interest for this. And also we had this joint paper with the IPCC, Summary for Actuaries. That's the short name. You can read the long title and subtitle. And in terms of the relationships, I think we do have some key stakeholders and some key relationships, particular with the ones also mentioned by Roseanne. So the IAIS and the A2II, and also we have a number of United Nations bodies. In the first place, the panel, the Intergovernmental Panel, so the IPCC Working Group 1, and which is about the physical science. They have 3 working groups. And we also have good connection with the Principle for Sustainable Insurance Initiative, and also with the Sustainable Insurance Forum, which is, although it's a United Nations Development Programs entity, it's closely related to the IAIS because it consists of supervisors. So the members are supervisors, and we are an observer. And we had a good conversation with the representative of SIF, so Sustainable Insurance Forum, when we had the CRTF meeting on Wednesday. And actually, we had a similar good conversation with a representative of the IPCC. So those are the 2 really good relationships we have developed in the past, and working on further promoting those. What papers are in the pipeline? So paper number 5 is on climate disclosures and risk management. This is close to a stage when it can be released for consultation within our FMAs and other stakeholders. So the CRTF, but on Wednesday, the CRTF discussed the draft paper, made a few comments. So the drafting team will come back to the CRTF in about a month, and then it will be hopefully released toward the end of May or early June. So you can be prepared to look at that paper. It's really an important paper, and I think it will, once released, it will create a lot of attention for our work. And paper number 6 is on adaptation or adaptation gap. Its work has just started. You know, when we have a new project, then the first stage is to develop an outline, so which will list all the topics to be dealt with in the paper. And there was a development process for the working out the outline, and the CRTF on its Wednesday meeting approved the outline, and so it means that the drafting team can start really writing the content. So it's early stage, but the goal is to have an exposure draft before the COP27. That's the COP stands for what is it? It's a Conference of the Parties or something like that. So all the signatories of the United Nations Conference on Climate Change. So that's the big body which meets once a year for a long time. This year it will be in November in Egypt. So our hope and purpose is that we can have an exposure draft before that meeting. But I told the drafting team and the leader of that paper that quality is far more important than meeting that deadline. So if you can't meet that, then that's it. So there are 2 other papers which we have not yet started with, but which are in the statement of intent. Paper 7 would consist of a review of some of our existing IAA's existing important documents, whether or not climate risk is appropriately addressed, and if not, then how to handle that. And then paper 8 will be on the link between climate-related risks, risk scenarios, and social security. I've had some discussion with Asya Billing this week, and there seems to be a willingness from her side, representing the ISSA, the International Social Security Association, so that the drafting team will consist of some IA, FMA representatives, and perhaps some 1 or 2 members or delegated from ISSA, so that this way the paper can have a broader and more inclusive approach. And I think the cooperation between such external bodies like the ISSA and the IAA it's an important way, but it's clear that the paper will be an IAA paper, so owned by the IAA. It's clear for Asya as well. So Asya needs to discuss some admin issues with her own organization, but I hope, and both of us hope, that it will come true. And then the final words, perhaps, we will working on enhancing the relationships with our existing key stakeholders. We will be participating, hopefully, in person in some of the important events. In June, there will be this Sustainable Insurance Initiative meeting in June, and there will be this COP27 later the year. And we are hoping that we can have a representation at the ICA 2023 in one way or the other. We know that we missed the deadline, but there are negotiations between our task force and the organization committee to allocate this important topic in the program of ICA 2023. Just some final comments, perhaps, that when I say we work on extending the relationships, we have the key relationship with IPCC's Working Group 1, with which we have developed the Summary for Actuaries paper. That's Working Group 1. The IPCC have 3 working groups, and we're working on trying to establish a relationship with the leader or the respective leader of Working Group 2, which, amongst other things, is caring for adaptation. The topic of our paper 6 paper, topic of the paper 6 paper. So we have now we have the contact. So received during the meetings, and so I will make sure that we can be as effective and try to build up a similar relationship with Working Group 2 as we have in Working Group 1. Although Working Group 1 is closer to physical science and more actuarial modeling related, but still, I think adaptation is an important topic for actuaries. And lastly, what Roseanne mentioned is our work or our relation to sustainability and the newly established IFRS Foundation body, the International Sustainability Standard Boards, which issued 2 exposure drafts, one on general sustainability and another one on climate more closely. So the executive committee created a task force led by Derek Wright, who is the chair of the Insurance Accounting Committee, and I felt compelled to participate in that task force. So I will be helping that task force in developing the response on behalf of the IAA to these important exposure drafts. So that closes my account or summary, but I would be happy to answer any questions or receive any comment, which I would be welcoming very much. So,
thank you, Gabor. Any questions? I'm looking around the room. Go ahead, Ralph.
It seems that, hi Gabor, thanks. It seems that every committee I was on in the last several days had discussion about climate risk. Given that situation, is there any chance that we could see the near final comment letter, from the task force to these to the supers before they go out? Just because, again, there are many different people, and it's always helpful to make sure we're not, going cross purposes. Many people involved on this.
I'm not sure what you mean. For the IA papers, clearly those will be exposed. For the ISSB, did you mean the ISSB exposure draft, the response?
Yes, the responses that are being discussed here, as far as responding to the supers, the ISSB, and others, just so that we know what the IA is saying. We're not working cross purposes.
Yeah, I think the work plan is that there will be room for comments from the FMAs for these exposure drafts.
Yeah, I think you raise a valuable point in terms of the visibility, and this is a great opportunity for us to create visibility of this work, but also in terms of the liaisons that you have into the FMAs, there's an opportunity for input on the work that's being done.
Okay, so if I may, one more addition, which is loosely related to this topic. We have the practice that when we publish a paper, then there is a webinar after that. And the other day, perhaps yesterday, Subhandu from the Indian Association suggested that perhaps this should be extended to other papers of the IAA. And I believe it would be a good practice to have webinars on, I'm not saying every paper, but more than currently. For example, when we have a submission to the ISB or ISSB, then there could be a webinar on the background of our submission to explain the real content of the submission, and that would be, accessible to every actuaries around the world. And that would create more visibility to the IA, and perhaps our FMAs and the members of our FMAs would value the IAA by listening to these webinars more widely publicized than perhaps in the past. But that would need a more work from the committees, the committee chairs, because they would be, obliged to prepare for the webinar. But I think that would be a good practice. So we will do that on behalf of the CRTF every time, but I encourage all other bodies that submit something to explain and create this more visibility, more inclusiveness of the IA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gabor. So thanks, Gabor. And I think the Climate Risk Task Force is a really great example of what has happened subsequent to the renewal process in the IAA, that we created, identified a need, created a time-limited task force that had a specific work plan. So the work plan was the 8 papers, and that is the duration of that task force, and then we will determine the next step. And of course, that task force was established through a statement of intent that went through the council process. So I think it is a great example of certainly where the IAA is adding considerable value to a number of stakeholders. And I'd certainly also encourage the member associations that this awareness that you have of the work that is being done, to ensure that that is also disseminated within your member associations. As I said, we are looking at our communication strategy, but certainly a document that I find really helpful is the monthly newsletter, which provides a nice summary of the key activities and the links to these various papers and webinars and also other engagement documents that we're sharing with the member associations. So I really do encourage you to make sure that at your association that you have a process for identifying the areas that are relevant to your region and to your members, and make sure that that is then communicated to them, because that's how this excellent work will get the visibility that it so deserves. So thank you for that. So before I finish with the item on the report back for the executive committee, there is a ratification process that is required in terms of the various appointments that have been, leadership appointments that have been made by the executive committee. You will see that these relate to the health forum, as well as to data analytics, and in terms of the delegate to the health section. So I'm going to ask for a proposer for the motion to ratify these appointments, as we as the executive committee come to council for that ratification. Thank you, Louise. And a seconder? Thank you, Liz. And any discussion or questions? Great. So thank you for that. So before I close off on the executive committee, I'd just like to thank the members of the executive committee, and I've asked Matthieu to give me the list so that I don't forget anyone. So I'd like to certainly recognize the work that, oh, I haven't voted. No. I jumped to the vote. Sorry. Thank you, Gabor. Okay, sorry. So we proposed and seconded, and now we can vote. So those in favor, thank you, Gabor, of ratifying these appointments. Thank you. And online, please use the poll. Any against? Any abstentions? And we just wait a second for the online poll. Thank you. I see 100%. Great. Thanks very much. It is official. Okay, so now I can recognize my fellow members of the executive committee. So of course, apart from my fellow officers, to Jan and Micheline, who I really can't express a great enough appreciation for their support, but also to Albia and Jerry Brown, Estella Chow, David Dubois, Alf Godes, Jill Hoffman, Jacques Tremblay, and Lisa Wade, who I have seen online, and of course, Mathieu. Thank you for your assistance with all of this work that I've been able to give feedback on to council today. So if I could ask for appreciation for the members of the executive committee. Okay, so now I get to hand over to the next committee chair, which is the chair of the Strategic Planning Committee. And now that you've heard a little bit about what we have done, Jan is going to tell us about what we are planning to do. Thank you, Jan.
Before we are going to talk about what we are planning to do is a short connection to what we've already done and how we got here. So we started a couple of years ago with the Renewal Task Force and talking about what kind of things in our organization really needs to change to make it more effective. And we focused on governance and we focused on structure. It is not really inspiring, like talking about, if I hear Rosanna talking about diversity and inclusion and the imaginary things, that was not the thing in the Renewal Task Force. Sorry, Charles, if I say so, but it was really necessary that we would do so. So, for instance, the introduction of the Strategic Planning Committee. By the way, the Strategic Planning Committee is inspiring, but the establishment of it itself wasn't. Now, imagine a discussion at Council talking about education. Was that a dialogue or was that throwing statements to each other? So that is the difference between a discussion at Council and a dialogue at SPC. So yesterday, we had a real good dialogue at SPC and that we really listened to each other. And that doesn't happen all the time. It certainly in all the council meetings I have experienced in the past, listening wasn't not our strongest skill, let's call it that way. So I experienced myself, the SPC is really valuable. And certainly we do not always agree with each other, but at least we make progress and we listen to each other. So this is a really good value of the whole renewal process. Then regarding the structure, we dissolved many committees and we created forums, and the intention was that we would limit our number of entities. Now, that was quite nice, that intention, but in the end, we didn't succeed on that because we have still the same number of entities. But it is at least something where we know that we need to evaluate from time to time. And we spoke about the added value of all our entities. And if there is no value anymore, we better close it down. So these were the discussions, etc. Within the SPC, we've spoken first about all kind of internal stuff. At the moment we started it, and last 1.5 years we spent time on the strategy. And the strategy itself, it started with our mission. It started with impact, assure and advance, and we had different task forces. And we had something like, what can we do differently? How can we improve our efficiency? How can we improve the value every member association perceives from our organizations? We talked about, are there any possibilities to create other income? We talked about the minimum reserve policy, which you didn't have at that moment. And we also talked about the concentration risk. Please be aware that 50% of our contributions come from the two largest members from our organization, the SOA and the IAA. So that is certainly something where you need to be aware of, although we are a large organization with 100 members, but it is certainly something to look for. In the end, based on those discussions, we were able to make some decisions regarding efficiency. We concluded, for instance, that although face-to-face meetings are wonderful, so I really enjoyed last week, and I'm still enjoying it, seeing you all face-to-face. Don't step into my experiences of last year behind my computer, but you all experienced that. But it is not affordable for us anymore to have those large meetings twice a year. So that was one of the decisions. We also created a minimum reserve policy. And that was, we were helped due to COVID. We were helped by COVID to do that because we saved a lot of money and we put it all in our reserves. And at the same time, we decided to introduce that policy regarding the minimum reserves. So these were decisions. And now I'm going to move forward to what are we going to do next. So we started a discussion regarding the 5-year strategic plan. And why was that? So it had all to do with dreaming and imagining a situation. So what could our organization be within 5 years? So we talked about what kind of conditions do we meet. So we were all talking about, imagine what success would look like within 5 years, and through the different elements, along the different elements of our mission: impact, assure, and advance. So inspiring, that word came along many times. So it needs to be every member of our organizations, all volunteers really need to be inspired by the plan. And if we don't meet that condition, you can wonder whether it's a good plan. So constantly in all the dialogue we had as SPC, we had something like, oh, we wrote down a sentence and then we challenged ourselves, is this inspiring? So even yesterday, we had that discussion at SPC and we challenged each other all the time. So that is an element which is quite important. At the same time, dreaming is wonderful, but if you don't execute, if there are no deliverables, what's the worth of it? Then you only disappoint yourself within the upcoming 5 years. And the link to our profession, for sure, is the most important one. It is with a purpose to moving our profession forward. The right part of the slide I'm going to skip. So these words were coming along. For whom do we do this? Contributing to the well-being of society, the public good, that is something which is constantly on our mind. Lifelong learning, we're talking about that we really need to make a difference in the society. So we need to be relevant, and that means that we constantly need to be proactive in where we can make a difference, and that we educate ourselves. A broader reach, think of the wider fields where we are discussing. These kind of elements needed to come back within the 5-year strategic plan. We identified 4 stages, and thanks to Tonya, she headed the SPC last year. She chaired it, and she made this structure. So we first started with the goals itself. So what is it that we try to establish? So what are the goals? What are the strategic objectives? What kind of supporting objectives we have? What kind of gaps? And then talking about prioritizing, etc. That first stage has been done. Now we're in the second stage, and the second stage is all about formalizing it and getting your approval for the 5-year strategic plan. And we are in the midst of that. So we don't have already a proposal to you where you can vote yes to that. At least that is our hope, that you are going to do that. but we are still in the midst of that. So within the SPC, we are having quite a good dialogue. What is the business case? So what needs to happen that we can come up with a proposal to you, including a financial plan, etc., etc. And if we have a good proposal and we get back to you with it and we ask for your permission, then we will hand it over to EC, the Executive Committee, because they need to operationalize it and they need to execute on it. And for sure, it will be evaluated time after time during the whole 5 years period. And we will get back to you, we will get back to SPC, and we continuously will communicate about it, and hopefully with a lot of pride that we have been able to make steps and that we will be able really to talk about similar projects like the climate risk project, where we're having and really making a difference in society. We want to have more of those projects in the future, and that is the part of our strategic plan. But we need to be able as an organization to handle that, and that is the things we are going to focus on. The structure of the strategic plan is that we start with talking about strategic objectives. This morning, Roseanne already started with it because impact, assure, and advance. She didn't mention that these were the strategic objectives. No, she already talked about these are the mission of our organization. And that's something I'm going to talk about with you. Because in our 5-year strategic plan, we are going to talk about strategic objectives, but those are different than impact, assure, and advance. Secondly, we have supporting objectives, and finally, what kind of actions. So we challenged ourselves also within the SPC. Okay, what is your dream? Wonderful, but what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do differently as of tomorrow to get there? So these are the elements of that 5-year strategic plan. Then regarding the terminology. So I repeat, 2 years ago, I guess, or even 3 years ago, we talked about impact, assure, and advance as our strategic objectives. But in fact, these are elements of our mission. It is included in our mission. So better not think that these are temporary elements. No, it's simply the mission of our organization. And of course, you can change the mission, but we don't intend it at all. So we continue to work on those elements: impact, assure, and advance. It is only, as I said, that within the strategic plan, we need to define strategic objectives. And that's where we come to. So the strategic objectives, the focus areas for the SPC, for the IAA in the upcoming 3 years, we defined as engagement, awareness, and outreach. And as I mentioned, we started our discussions with impact, assure, and advance. We had different task forces related to impact, assure, and advance. And in our discussions, in our dialogue within the SPC, we noticed that all task forces came with suggestions, actions, etc. But there was an overlap between impact, assure, and advance. So there were overarching goals. And if we analyzed that, we came to the conclusion that the focus areas should be engagement, awareness, and outreach. What you find here is not what is the next project we are going to tackle, like the climate risk. We start with what kind of organization do we want to be within 5 years to be able to optimize our organization and to be able to deliver on very important topics like the climate risk. And whether it will be sustainability or whether it will be other topics in the future, it starts with what kind of organization can we be that we really contribute to the well-being of society and we move our profession forward. So if you draw that in a picture, this is the relation. So we start with the vision, we have our mission, we have our strategic objectives for the upcoming 5 years, and what it will be after that 5 years, I don't know. It depends on what will develop. Of course, we can plan whatever we want in the upcoming 5 years, but certainly something will happen. And we need to have action plans, and at the bottom, of course, is sustainable financing. This is the link. Our mission: inform and influence global stakeholders. That's the impact function. Assure the reputation of the profession, advancing the competency of the profession. And we will deliver on that in the next 5 years by focusing on engagement, awareness, and outreach. And I need to be sensible regarding the time. I don't get any warnings, so I'll move on. Engagement, current state. I think that we are not in a perfect shape yet. So renewal was great. That was the base of all the further activities. But at the same time, you need to notice that any change causes some, let's say, disturbance. And what we notice at this moment is that not all FMAs are really engaged in our organization. They do not all feel the added value of participating, of being member of the IAA. And that is something where you need to be honest about. You need to be transparent. You need to have an open mind. You need to think of what can we do about it. And it's the same with the volunteers. So Charles and I had quite some dialogue over the past years regarding the forums, for instance. So that change from committee to forums, that also caused some disturbance, and that volunteers were not really understanding what was expected of them, etc., and what they could do, and that is really a worry. That is something where we certainly need to focus on in the upcoming years, in how to improve that engagement. So sharing of information in the forums, for instance, we were quite clear in our message. Forums are not to do things, was the message, but to share information. And in our perspective, there's certainly a lot of room for doing things, but it is more about that the things which we, if there is a paper or whatever, before it gets an IAA stamp, we need to have to go through a whole process. So it is much more that every paper which gets out, we need to have approval, and it's not the intention of forums to create a lot of papers with a lot of IAA stamps on it. So that was more, that should have been the message. So probably we've been too firm in that. And that is the discussion we are having right now, what is sharing of information? Sharing of information can be interpreted in different ways. Then to the imaginary thing. If you talk about engagement, we started to have those conversations within the SPC. And we thought about, at least these were my words, what is about engagement? Now, I said, our member associations need to love to be part of the IAA. That should be the situation I imagine. So the state goal statement is together we achieve more. And that should be in our belief for everyone, every member of our organization. The supporting objectives we defined, and it's still high level, but slowly we go down to the specific actions. So member associations place high value on IAA participation. That's the description of at least my statement, that everyone loves to be part of the IAA, but this is another, it's just a similar expression. Volunteers feel motivated to contribute to IAA initiatives. And that's the diversity and inclusive parts of our 5-year strategic plan. Also increase the diverse and early career volunteers in our organization. And that has a purpose as well, because it is for sure that the future lies in the hands of the younger generation, and we really need to involve them in our organization. And we also have that need for diversity in thought, what Roseanne already mentioned, because it only will improve our organization. And a couple of examples of actions which we can have, and those actions haven't been. We don't have a complete commitment about that. By the way, as SPC, where we will come up with our examples of actions, but the EC, so the Executive Committee, also plays a large role in defining all the actions, because they need to execute on it. And it's better not that the SPC will define, these are the actions you need to undertake, and simply throwing it at the table of the Executive Committee, because that's not going to work. So it is a kind of collaboration between SPC and Executive Committee. One of the things are our initiatives. The word focus came along many times within the SPC. It is wonderful to create an environment where we can do all kinds of stuff, but we better focus our energies on those things where we really make a difference. Again, I refer to the climate risk initiative. It's really motivated a lot of members to be part of that initiative. And really being able to be in a situation where our supranationals are asking for us, could you come up with a paper? Could you do this? Would you join us in a workshop or whatever? So these are the things we would like to focus on, meaning that perhaps other initiatives we will be a bit more strict. If it doesn't add any value, why would we do that? So saying no can also improve our engagement in our organization. Improve visibility and promotion of IAA activities. Gabor just mentioned it. We have fantastic work in our organization. We have a lot of projects. We have enormous knowledge. Some of our member associations, like the IAA, for instance, they start initiatives locally. They are willing to share it in our organization with other members. And we need to be in a situation as organization that we really stimulate that. And because some members are at that level, others are at that level. So it's wonderful to get both at the same level. And so these are the things where we think that we can improve engagement. And I myself, at the moment, I became president of the Dutch Association. And the first time I got involved in the IAA, it took a while before I understood the organization. So that is also something of a point of improvement. But at the moment I realized what kind of value was in the IAA, I defined it as a kind of candy store. I find it fantastic to get in contact with everyone and really being able to pick and choose and whatever, and to bring it back to my home association, being involved. And that is, it depends on individual character as well. I'm always very, let's say, curious about developments, but we need to be an organization, imagine an organization that we all have that feeling that we can get so much value out of our organization. So the word leverage is certainly a word which will pop up many times. Of course, we need to measure it. I'm not going to get into that. You can imagine what we mean with that. Awareness of the profession. The attractiveness of the profession is losing ground to other careers, topics where we are talking about more now already for a longer period. The public doesn't always understand our profession, and so these are elements where we think we really need to pay attention to. And starting again with a dream, our dream is that the IAA will be the face of the global profession. If we reach out to that level, then we think we've done a good job in the next 5 years. And the supporting objectives are: the IAA supports building public respect and confidence in the actuarial profession. Especially the smaller associations have repeatedly spoken about, please help us in really increasing that public respect and that confidence and the awareness that our profession really can contribute. The future of the actuary roadmap. So we started, or we are going to start that task force regarding that, and we need to make progress. So that certainly at the end of the 5 years, we need to have made a difference on that. And clear expectations regarding membership responsibilities, I would say, not obligations. Yeah, what I have to say, so it is about dreaming. So the actuarial profession is the go-to for solving risk management problems. If we would be able to get to that level, we think that we've done a great job. And you can go on with a couple of other things. Clear expectations regarding membership responsibilities. It is all, we are not a nice talk shop. That is something which we need to realize. Of course, we like those wonderful dialogues, but we need to keep the quality inside. So we also need to be quite strict in what kind of criteria we have to be part of our organization. Secondly, if you talk about education, now over the last couple of years, talking about the syllabus wasn't really inspiring. Now the syllabus itself probably, but not discussing or throwing statements to each other regarding the assessment of the syllabus. That wasn't inspiring. And of course we need to deal with it, but the inspiring part is much more the lifelong learning. So more focusing on CPD. So these are the elements which certainly will come back within the 5-year strategic plan. Potential measures. Again, Gabor already mentioned it. Sorry, I forget all the time exactly what the pronunciation of your name is. You came with a perfect idea about communication possibilities within our organization. So communication, by the way, in all change plan, in all strategic plan, communication is one of those elements. But certainly we need to pay a good amount of money and time to communication, really to optimize our organization, and that we are able to leverage all the things, all the fantastic candies which we have in our organization. Move on. Outreach. Outreach, then the current state, and by the way, I've discussed this within the relationship managers meeting, and talking about reactive and that we need to be more proactive. That felt a bit, aggressive. And that is, we are doing a great job together with our relationship managers. So that is, there is no doubt about it. It is only that what we try to do is really optimizing our organization, that we are better able to get to this focus area in the next 5 years, and that we will improve our outreach. So the current state is that we are doing fine, but there are certain areas where we can do better. I call it that way. I'm not going to say any negative about what we are doing right now. It is much more, we think that we can do better. By the way, that is also something which is quite interesting. It is not about the outreach only to our stakeholders or our supranationals, but please imagine or think about that we, as we are sitting here, are quite aware what the IAA is. But most of the individual actuaries around the world don't have a clue what the IAA is. Let's say 3/4 of my career as an actuary, I've never heard of all those international organizations. So that is also something where we think if we really would like to make a contribution to the well-being of society, really moving the profession forward, then there is a need for us to focus on that as well. So it's not only the outreach to the supranationals, but also to the profession itself. And our dream, our goal statement is that the IAA is known as the voice of the international profession by internal and external stakeholders. And then you get into the supporting objectives. So support the relationship management with key stakeholders. And that's the dialogue we need to have with the relationship managers. What is it that you need? Well, how can we help you? What kind of support do you need of secretariat? To what extent we need to have better links in the organization? And it already came up with the Climate Risk Task Force initiative and what Ralph mentioned, are we able to get access to the material? These kind of things we think we can improve. Communication, again, IAA is proactive and an externally focused organization for sure. By the way, not only SPC, a great entity in our organization, but this week was fantastic, at least from my perspective. So we started in the town hall meeting. I used the same slides, but a slightly different story. But that was all the work of the SPC. And then we got all kind of feedback. So what do you mean with this? Gabor mentioning, yeah, I missed the flesh on the bones. Another one said, we are proactive, etc. And slowly we came to a kind of process that we get a better understanding what that 5-year strategic plan could be. And one of those elements was that regular horizon scanning for opportunities to add value. So we had a quite inspiring dialogue at different tables about what is the next climate risk initiative. So as I said, is it sustainability or is it something else? And all kind of ideas came along. And we are already talking in the Advanced Committee. Also the Advanced Committee did a great job in gathering all kind of ideas from different FMAs. And we need to categorize those. And we need to think of what are the needs of our supranationals at this moment. But not only that, but what could be the needs of the supranationals in the next year, and we need to prepare for that. So these are the things where we think we need to prepare our organization that we will be able to do so. Communication again, yeah, it comes back all the time, every slide, and supporting the relationship management I've already got into. Measures. Yeah, you can imagine what kind of measures we need to implement. Priorities and next steps. So I already repeated several words many times. These are more here in the at this slide. So it is about creating value. It is about, by the way, I haven't mentioned it yet, but it is fantastic to be here together. It is fantastic to be here together as group with, it was around 150 volunteers over here, but we can't afford it to do that more than one time a year. And we need to have an exchange also in the rest of the year. And by the way, we are not the only volunteers here in this room. There are many others, hundreds more outside this room. And we need to be able to create a real vibrant and relevant meeting place in some way. And it will be difficult, but that's the purpose and that is the goal we have. Leverage, voice of the profession, external focus. Again, focus, focus, focus. That is certainly, if you take one initiative in this direction, it could be that we need to say no to another element. Really focus. And in the end, it will get back, it will result in growth of the IAA and growth of the profession. If you have any questions, you can discuss right now regarding the updates to the mission, updates to the strategic objectives, the supporting objectives. The next steps will be that we will have a discussion, and we are busy with that within the SPC, on the business case, because you, as council, as representatives of your home associations, you need to get back to your home association. Because it's not only the 5-year strategic plan, but also a sustainable financing part of that. And if we really want to be aspirational, then certainly we need to think of the fees as well. And perhaps there is a nasty word, but I'll rather throw it here at the table. Certainly we need to talk about that combination. Aspirations, great, but without any finance, you can question what's the worth of it. So these kind of discussion, these kind of dialogue we have at SPC at the moment. It is our aim to get back to you in October in Montreal. Whether that will be feasible, we're not sure yet, but at least within the SPC, I keep the pressure on it. And so that is, these are the next step. Picture you've seen, you've already seen. Let's do this together. Any questions? Hartwig.
Jan, thank you for your presentation. As I said in the town hall, I think it's very clear and inspiring. What I do miss in the strategic plan for 5 years is you said, set the goals is done. I miss the dream and the goal for the finance.
You still miss that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, as I said, at SPC, we are not ready yet. And that is...
but what's your dream? What's your dream?
What my dream is? Now, we're talking about sustainable financing, but there is a link between what kind of aspirations you have and how do you prioritize that. So we started the dreaming at SPC, then we got into the finance. And by the way, at the dreaming, there was no discussion because everyone can dream. At the moment, we are talking about financing, so this aspiration will cost that. We got in a situation that it's not clear enough for the SPC members, many SPC members, what are we going to finance? And in that discussion, we're still busy. So at the end of this month, we are planning to have another SPC meeting. In the meantime, we are working on a business case, improving the business case, and then we are talking about it. In the meantime, by the way, we also have inflation. So that is something which you all have experiencing. And you have to know that over the last 7 years, we haven't increased our fees. So that is something which is not sustainable. That is a message I certainly would give to the council. And that's the discussion and the dialogue we are having at SPC right now. It's a difficult discussion, but certainly we are making progress and there's a willingness to come up with a proper proposal to council. But finance and ambitions are linked to each other. And if there is no willingness for a real increase of fees, I mean material, yeah, I have to be careful with talking about using these kind of words. But if you are serious with your ambition, you also need to talk about finance. And I can't say anything about that because I don't have enough impression of the thoughts of our SPC members at this moment. From some individuals, but I don't have that complete picture yet.
I see there is a question online, Jan, from Juan Carlos.
Juan Carlos.
Thank you. First of all, Jan, congratulations for your report, and also congratulations to all the members of the SPC. I think that one of the most right things that we did in this restructure of the IAA is the creation of the Strategic Planning Committee. And we are, by your report, we identify very clearly the relevance and the importance of the activity of the SPC. I think that is a body within the IAA that will make forward the way and the programs of the whole IAA. There are many things to discuss, Jan, but I just would like now to highlight one point that for me is very important. We always talk, or very frequently talk, about the need of a good communication, and you express it clearly in your report. But I think that it's very important not just to talk about that we need an efficient communication. I think that we must develop a very clear, complete, integral communication plan with specific activities to be done and when are going to be done and how they are going to be done. Because if we don't have that communication plan, perhaps we won't achieve the objectives and the dreams and the results that you were talking about. So I believe that it's extremely important to have a very robust and clear communication plan with the specific activities to be realized in the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Yeah, I completely agree with you, and these are also, this is the way we talk about it. And for communication, at this moment, we completely rely on the Secretariat alone, but we need to be honest and transparent about it. The Secretariat is smaller than we had in the past, and certainly there are a lot of activities, and if we are really serious about communication, that is one of those elements which we simply need to finance. And probably it won't only be the Secretariat, but we need to have external support in that as well. And by the way, we are already busy with that, in building it. But if we really take this seriously, then it is something where we need to pay attention to, and it will have a cost.
Thank you.
Thomas.
Yes, I have 4 short points. First of all, as part of the diversity, it will be my pleasure to use the second official language in a short while. That's the first point. Et donc, les 3 points restants, le premier, c'était féliciter le travail sur le SPC. Ça fonctionne.
Je comprends.
C'est une création en fait, qui nous évite beaucoup de débats en discussion, qui permet de travailler ensemble et de dialoguer. C'est le travail qui a été produit est très générique et de fait consensuel et ne divise pas. Donc c'est quelque chose qui est très bien puisqu'on a pu mettre en commun quelque chose que l'on a. Mais ça demeure très générique et c'est mon 3e point. Quand on revient dans son pays, pour moi l'Institut des actuaires, ce qui est dit est tellement générique que l'on ne sait pas si c'est actuarial ou pas. Et donc, il va falloir travailler sur ce que ça veut réellement dire comme association actuarielle internationale sur le travail, sur les 3 objectifs qui ont été faits. Et pour ça, moi, je ne peux que vous inviter dans la poursuite du travail à regarder, et c'est mon 4e point, comment on jugera que l'on a réussi en 2026. Quels vont être les critères de succès de ces objectifs stratégiques.
If I understand it correctly, shall I answer in Dutch?
You have your choice. Dutch. I'm sorry, Dutch is not yet official. But,
okay. Now you were talking about measurements. Was that correct?
Yes, measurement success, which would be
kind of success?
very actuarial specific to us, which is very important. Is the fact that at the end we have done progress on an actuarial matters.
Yeah. Now these kind of elements we haven't discussed thoroughly enough. So these are the things, by the way, where also the executive committee should be involved, because it needs to be executable. So our ideas from the SPC are great. It sets a direction. Secondly, at the moment we come to execution, the executive committee needs to decide what is realistic and what can we do about it. And we have that measurement, and then we get into the dialogue within the SPC as well to find out how do we get there. But execution is key, including goal setting, measuring during the time, etc.
And then I think we have Gianpaolo online.
Gianpaolo.
Thank you, Rosanna. Italy, thank you, Jan. Italy follow all the work as observer of the CPC, and my association is very satisfied about the contents of this plan, because we found all the idea, all the principles that inspire also our action in my country. We hope strongly that we are able to approve all the package, all the plan within the end of the year. We understand very well, as Jan said, that it's very important now to combine the contents of the plan with the financing. And we agree about this point. It's very important. And we are sure that we are able to find the right way also about this point. Finally, I would like to highlight a point, because we think that this plan is very important, because we must give a way, an indication, a perspective, a reply also to the exigence of internal, external world. First, internal, because I think that we must indicate as IAA the way we want to follow in the next year, a perspective, a plan, above all for the younger, if we want that they are always more involved. And the second, for the external world, all the stakeholders that must know what is actuary, what is the contents, what is the idea we have, what is the perspective. So I see that the importance of the plan is very strategic, and we strongly appreciate all the work was done about this. And Italy will continue to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianpaolo, for that support. Thank you very much. Other questions?
Thank you, Jan. I think if there's one other question. 14?
Just a feedback from the Aston board, and it's regarding your wording, which made some people perplexed. It's when you say that the IAA is a proactive, good, and externally focused organization. If you say externally focused, it looks as though we only look externally. Well, I know that's not the meaning, but the wording just conveys this impression. That's why some people were really quite perplexed and asked me to just raise this point. Could maybe, instead of saying externally focused, outward reaching. I think that's more the idea, especially when you yourself you mentioned that some member associations are questioning, well, what's the value for us? And if you say, well, we are externally focused, well, you're probably not conveying the message that you really want.
I think you made a good point, and that is, by the way, one of those examples where I really value and I really appreciate an environment like this, because this kind of feedback we simply need to improve our plan. So certainly it is not only talking about supranationals and talking about whatever external stakeholders, but probably we've also used it because if you don't do something about it, it could be that you are too internally focused. So therefore you really need to use an expression to guide that energy in the other direction as well.
Outward reaching.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think with that, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, my question not to Jans actually. It's just one small, one small feedback. When you have been presenting your part of executive committee part about the your March, there is that Women's Day, all the women's leaders are coming. That's a really nice things. I think today we should recognize it's the Mother's Day. I want to congratulations to all the mothers internationally also. I think it should be taken on record today's day incident. So I thought just to place over here. That's, yeah, you are right. Nowadays, everything is doing right. As you rightly said, you are the 4th president, and also there are lots of leaders, around 26. So I think today we should, all of us should give this hard work and contribution done by all the mothers internationally. That's the point I want to put on.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I did have an early wake up from my daughters this morning. Thank you. Well, on that note, I think it's appropriate for us to break for coffee, and I shall still give you your half hour. So if we can be back at 10:40 for the rest of the agenda. Thank you so much, Jan, for the work and of the SPC and the members. Ah, now I have. Is it working now? It doesn't seem to be. Okay, that's better. Thank you. Yes, please. So just doing a check to make sure that the online delegates can hear. Could I get a thumbs up from someone, perhaps? Jean-Paul, marvelous. Thank you. Great. So before we move on with the agenda, we are now on item 7B. I just want to thank our hosts. I've just been presented with a collection of photographs from the archives of the first meeting in 1895, and one of the I wasn't there, and where's me in the picture? But I really appreciate it, and even a copy of the invitation for that first meeting. So it really is a privilege to have this information and to have been hosted so warmly. So Philippe, thank you so much for accommodating us and for making this whole event so special and for being so patient, waiting for us to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are you going to show us? I will put it on the screen. Not now. Okay, so let us move on with item 7B, which is the update to the education guidelines. So I'm just, this falls, of course, under the ambit of the SPC. So if you recall, at our last council meeting, we approved some changes to the statutes and regulations, and what was outstanding was the changes to the guidelines. And what has happened is that the SPC had asked the Education Committee to make some recommendations in terms of moving forward, because we have been in the position since the passing of the changes to the statutes and internal regulations that we have now a little bit of a disconnect with our guidelines. And one of the reasons that we wanted to make sure that we properly interrogate the education guidelines is so that we can implement something that is practical and feasible and will enable the Education Committee to carry out assessments, as well as enabling the member associations to be able to do an assessment themselves. And so the work of the Education Committee, there was a task force of the Education Committee that presented their findings to the Education Committee in March, and essentially introduced this concept of the core and elective elements. This has been deliberated, this principle has been deliberated on in the Education Committee for quite some time. And so primarily what these guideline amendments do is to introduce this principle. And this, of course, is the intention of this is that the guidelines are a living document. That is why they are separate from the statutes and the regulations. This is not something that is hard-coded into our statutes, but because of its import, that is why we bring it to council for approval. But I do hope that you will consider that the guideline is a living document, is intended that as it is being implemented, used, as the assessments are being conducted and the feedback is being received at the Education Committee, there may well be tweaks that are required. But we do need to provide the Education Committee and, of course, our member associations with some guideline of the principles and the intentions. And so that is the motivation for the proposal that is being put to council today. So you'll see there that I've noted that the guideline proposes 80% coverage for core subjects and the flexibility with regard to the elective content. Certainly the intention here is to be inclusive, but also I think there is an inspiring aspect to this because it creates the opportunity for relevant content to be added to the syllabus as relevant to the region, and certainly for us as even at the IAA as we develop the profession in new areas of work, it is important that we have the opportunity to incorporate these, and that is what the core and elective structure allows us to do. So the proposed guideline, of course, will also bring us a little bit back in line in terms of the statutes, the regulations, and the guidelines being consistent in their definition around these points of education and the definition of the requirements for one membership category within each FMA. So the main items that you're seeing in those updates, which were circulated with the material for this meeting, is first of all that the principle-based approach and the need for self-assessment, that we do have already the provision for new members to have some flexibility in their compliance. But similarly, there's a 3-year process here in terms of even for existing member associations to ensure that they are compliant. We also have in here a guideline or a reference point in terms of the number of hours of study. Again, I'm being very careful with the wording that I'm using, that it is a reference point. It's not a stipulated requirement to demonstrate that, but rather a guideline of the sort of the level of or the extent to which the qualification needs to be material. So what we are doing now is, of course, putting to council the updates to the guidelines. So the process that was followed is that once the Education Committee had deliberated on the task force's report, this was sent to the SPC, and of course it is the SPC's duty to make recommendations to Council, and that is what has happened here. We also did, out of courtesy to the work that had been done by the members of the Education Committee, we had shared what has been presented to committee today back with them. It was deliberated on, I think it was on Thursday at the meeting. I kind of lose track of the days, as I'm sure you all have. And there was widespread support at the Education Committee for what is being put before Council today. So at this point, then, I'm going to put to Council the motion regarding the updates to the guideline as proposed by the Strategic Planning Committee. So my first step, of course, is to ask for a proposer for this motion. Thank you, Louise. And a seconder. Thank you, Chart. Right, now I can open the floor to any questions or discussion. Ralph.
I would just like to reiterate that we would support this with the understanding that these are principle-based guidelines and they're not meant to be evaluated as if it was a tick box guidelines. So again, reiterate that these are meant to be implemented on a principle-based basis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ralph. Yes, and that is very much the intention. And I have deliberately been quite careful in proposing this to make sure that the minutes will reflect exactly that principle. So thank you for reiterating. Jette. Denmark on the screen.
Yeah, thank you. As a small country, university-based, we are quite worried about the introduction of the subtopics. But when I saw your introduction right now, you said 80% of the topics and not the subtopics. Is that right? Because we are quite worried about the burden, the administration burden in this implementation. But we will vote for it because we think it's really important to move forward. But it is as with the understanding of it's a living document, so we can be wiser and make adjustment on the way forward. So that was just my comment.
Thank you so much. And yes, the motion is as in the document, which does refer to the subtopics. So that is the proposal on the table at the moment. But as you say, the intention now is to provide the Education Committee with a framework they can work with as they also perform syllabus updates. And then as their experience develops, particularly with associations such as yours, then they will provide that feedback and give us that feedback as well at Council. Thomas?
Yes, Institute Actuarial will vote against. We are not happy with the 9A as expressed in the Education Committee, the 80%. We would have preferred a minimum, which is 100% of something. But however, and we are in favor of what all is self-assessment. However, as you said, we understand that there will be a majority, and so it's important that education is behind us, that we move forward to deals with other topics.
Thank you so much, Tamar, and I certainly appreciate that sentiment. Thank you. Patrick?
Thank you, Roseanne. We had a short meeting, I think. We had a short meeting, I think, 4 or 5 days ago, where I explained our concerns. So I also will vote against this motion. There's a roll up at the welcome desk that says moving the actuarial profession forward. And what we think is these guidelines do not move the actuarial profession forward. And this is the fundamental concern. It seems for us that it's mainly motivated by the fact to help FMAs that didn't want to implement the 2017 syllabus completely, to argue why they didn't. We think that the 2017 syllabus was a good syllabus because it was clear stated and it should be implemented to 100%, as Thomas also said. And for FMAs that now put effort in complying with the educational syllabus 2017, it might be really annoying that they put some effort in that. And the message we send to the FMAs is, if there is a new guideline or a new syllabus, don't react too fast, better do nothing and wait, because there will be changes within a few years, and we shouldn't send this message. And then we have a formal concern with the guidelines. For us, there is a complete lack of clarity. We have topics, subtopics, we have subjects, sub-subjects, and I have to look it up. It's also very difficult for non-native English, non-English native speakers. We have designated topics, elective, omitted, de-emphasized, and so on. So we need a linguist to interpret these things. I won't have a difficulty to find one in Vienna, because we have some United Nations organizations in Vienna. So I can ask what's the difference between de-emphasized and let's say omitted, de-emphasized, elective. There's so much interpretation in that I have the concern that in assessing some FMA, you will more discuss on the interpretation of these nomenclatura than in really thinking about the education. So we move from education to being linguists. And these are our concerns, and that is why we will vote against it.
Thank you. And just to clarify, at the moment we have a situation that the Education Committee has suspended the assessments because the current guidelines do not provide sufficient clarity. And an important part of the discussion with the Education Committee at these meetings was around this point of making sure that we can now move forward in terms of actually having a framework to work with. As I said, a living document that we can work with. We can have assessments, and based on that feedback, we can of course progress. Completely appreciate the aspirations in terms of the coverage of the syllabus, but as a global organization, we do need to be inclusive about trying to bring everyone along. Rafael, I see you had your hand up.
Thank you. In general, we support the approach of principles-based for the guidelines. However, it's difficult to support a motion without knowing which part of the syllabus would be core and which part would be elective, because I think this is completely relevant. In the documents, it says 6 topics would be core, the other would be elective, but maybe some parts of these learning areas, now subjects, would be, some of them could be reasonably considered as core. So it's difficult for us. And at the same time, we share some of the concerns expressed by the Austrian Association. Maybe it's a problem for non-native English speakers, but we notice that there's a lack of clarity, and maybe there should be more work before bringing this issue to the council. So we will abstain.
Thanks for that input, and I certainly appreciate that. But from the perspective of the Strategic Planning Committee, there was the detailed inputs that was received by the Education Committee, and of course we do have great faith in the members of the Education Committee, and I think many of the member associations do have representatives who are sitting on the Education Committee who have deliberated on those details, as of course is their expertise. But it does get into a situation where currently we are stuck in terms of the assessments, and so the intention here is to have a framework that we can work with, that is consistent with our regulations and statutes, and then we can move forward, and as I undertook, certainly provide the feedback. But reviewing in a theoretical way without implementing, as you know, is very challenging. So that is certainly the intention of it being a living document. I hope that that translates. So apologies for that not being clear. I'm seeing Mike.
Mike Lombardi. The SOA is very much in favor of raising the bar to education. We're an educational institution. We recognize that in a changing environment, it's important to keep up to date. I think the 2017 syllabus was a step in the right direction. Certainly, we would be happy if it was even stronger. 100% is actually met. We believe 100% of the syllabus is met by our current ASAs, let alone fully qualified actuaries. But I do agree that without guidelines to the Education Committee, we've been living basically in an environment where we effectively have no syllabus at all. So in the interest of moving forward and putting this behind us, the SOA would be in favor of this motion.
Thanks, Mike. I see Wilhelm. Oh.
Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the work that has gone into updating the education guidelines. That's very appreciated. From the perspective of the Swedish society, I want to echo a bit what the colleagues in Denmark have said. We still have a, let's say, major issue with this proposal, and that is related to the introduction and the definition of the subject requirements on a level that is called sub-level. So, and that includes also this minimum coverage threshold for core subjects of 80%. This is for an organization that is based on a university system with many universities to coordinate, too difficult and too detailed, and it will be very difficult to handle in practice. So in its current form, we cannot support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Wilhelm?
So Wilhelm Schneemeyer, I think we as DOE will in any case support the motion. I agree with what Mike Lombardi said before. We had lots of discussions last year in the SPC, a lot of different views on something like minimum standard for education. And so we will support this motion because it is a compromise. I would have expected more, but that is the nature of a compromise, and the world will be better, or the outside view on education principles of IAA will be better if we accept this motion. So we will support that. Thanks.
Thanks, Wilhelm. Maria?
Yeah, me? Okay, thank you. So on behalf of Slovak Society of Actuaries, so we are a small association, and I think I would like to share with you, we are observing what's going on in the Education Committee. We are not directly participating, and I think here as a word community of actuaries, I am happy that we come to this conclusion. I think many great actuaries spent a long time to create this compromise. It's definitely, I would say, from a European point of view, something what we would expect more. Yeah, that's clear. But I'm happy that we are here and we would support it.
Thank you, Maria. Any other comments before we go to a vote?
Actually, I have made this comment in the Education Committee also, that hourly rate of 4,000 hours to 6,000 hours for the purpose of reviewing the by the reviewer for the FMA purpose. And that has to be very clarity with the proper guidelines to the reviewer, so that there should be transparency and clarity how to take care about the hourly part. The institute, like in India, we do not have any relationship with the institute of any educational institutes. So we do take around 8 to 9 years average time to pass, but how much in hourly terms, it is very difficult to judge. So I think there should be very clear-cut instruction to the reviewer who will be taking care the country like India, Japan, wherever no education institute is not directly linked to, how to take care of the hourly part. So with this, I think I will support this.
Thank you very much. And I think that highlights the work that the Education Committee is, I think, looking forward to getting on with, which is developing the assessment process. I see Henning nodding vigorously. Gabor.
Thank you. I would like to follow up on Wilhelm's comment, perhaps a bit more, reinforce it a bit more. So maybe not everybody appreciates properly the very, very hard work put into this product and how much difficult it has been for the IAA and the member association to work out this compromise. It's been a decade or so, or maybe more, since we have been struggling with this issue. And really, I would ask those associations or the representatives who decided to vote against to reconsider, because I think this is one of the best at the moment, and considering all the circumstances, all the different opinions, Wilhelm said, the day we wanted to have something else, but they compromise with this. So there are various views, but if we don't have this kind of progress, then we will continue in a chaos in terms of the education requirements. So I strongly advise those who are saying no to reconsider, at least as abstention. But I think this is at the moment and in the circumstances a very good compromise solution, which my association will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabor. Louise.
I too would like to support this motion. It is not perfect, the guidelines that have been produced. There is no way that anything perfect could have been produced. What has been produced is something that will provide a very good basis for going forwards. And I think that we cannot afford to have this drag on for any longer. So we will be supporting it.
Thank you, Louise. Any other comments before we move to a vote? Great. Well, I think then what I'm going to do with the vote, I'm going to do it in reverse order. So those of you who are online, you will be able to vote on the online poll, which should be appearing in front of you shortly. For those in the room, I'm first going to call for those voting against the motion to raise, because I think that is going to be easier to write. Right, and those for the motion? Okay, and any abstentions? Thank you. So I think, and the online, have you got? So I think on the basis certainly of my maths, but we will do the detail for the minutes. I think that we have met the requirements, so the motion is passed. Thank you very much. And I must express my thanks to the members of the Education Committee, to Henning, and thank you. Lots of support from the back there. So that concludes that includes the SPC. So certainly been a little bit of a two-handed race here between Jan and me in presenting the work of the SPC. So I certainly like to express my thanks to them. Jan, any comments to add as we conclude this section of the agenda?
No, I love the SPC.
Okay, great. Well, then I think we can move on to our next committee feedback, which is to go to our immediate past president who chairs the nominations committee, and that is Tanya Manning. Thank you, Tanya. See you already coming up to the, yep, the clicker is on its way.
Actually, I believe I'm the penultimate past president, or ultimate past president, if you prefer to say it that way.
That sounds very final.
Didn't want to demote Jan. So, all right, thank you everyone for your attention today as I give you an update on the work of the nominations committee. I'm Tanya Manning and I'm chairing this group this year. Now, before we get started into a lot of information, and this will be a bit crisp, so we will get to the point, but I did want to take a pause and to just mention the importance of the volunteers who spend so much time and effort to keep this organization and this global profession going. I think we recently had a volunteer appreciation day or month. It's hard to keep up. There's a lot of things going on, but I wanted to make sure everyone understood that while I go through a lot of charts and graphs, that underneath this all are people, and people who have very busy day lives and very lots of other things they could spend their time doing. But I am personally greatly appreciative of everyone who is in this room and otherwise who are helping my global profession remain strong. Now, just a very quick look, because sometimes there's a little bit of confusion as far as what the nominations committee does. We are responsible for providing the council the names of suitable nominees to assume the duties of the key positions. This includes president-elect and members of statutory committees and some other aspects which I'll go into a little more detail later. We are at the mercy, however, of the FMAs to put forward names of who we can select from and decide upon putting forward for these important roles. Now, we also provide recommendations to the executive committee, which still has ratification of you council for chairs and vice chairs of committees, forums, committees with limited membership, and also delegates to sections. This is just a very quick view of who your nominations committee is today. I am chair and Jan is our vice chair at the moment. And of course, Roseanne as president and Micheline as our president-elect are also members of the committee. We have at-large members who are not ex officio, and I've provided them in two ways in that chart in the middle, so you can see who has their term ending at the end of this year and the next 2 years. They're color-coded, so you can get a little bit of a sense of what region, Europe, USC, or Aloha. If you can not figure that out, hopefully you can. And of course, our staff liaison is Matthew. So. Now, what we do, that is who we are. What we try to do in our efforts, or how we go about it, is to seek what's called balance. And this has been a part of what we present to you through the nominations committee, because there has been some confusion, perhaps even concerns about how we go about our duty. And we do seek to achieve some sort of balance. And this is unfortunately subjective. It is not any type of quotas or numbers or anything that we're trying to achieve, but we do keep an eye on some very important elements. For example, we look at geographical location, just as I pointed out to you in the prior slide for the members of the nominations committee itself, as well as linguistic, who has English as a first language or second language, etc., gender, cultural diversity, and also a range of skills, which I think is very important. Are you a consulting actuary? Are you a regulator? Are you academic? What practice areas are you in? And very importantly, the size of the home full member associations. That often brings a different aspect in view that I think is important, more so in some roles than others. Now, where we are is we have, and I'll go through the full process at the end. Maybe this is a little backwards, but I did want to point out that we have solicitation is complete for the positions that you see provided here. So we have a very good, long, robust list of folks who have been put forward, and that's where we're at right now. So lots of so thank yous to all the FMAs who responded and gave us your candidates. I'm going to give you a few quick looks, as we have traditionally done in the past with the nominations committee, to give you a sense of the demographics, if you will, of the individuals who have been put forth and nominated by a FMA for a particular role, all of those roles that I listed earlier. I think this is important for us to look at, and I cannot give you data in all aspects. For example, if we wanted to have age diversity, we do not have anyone's birthday, so do not be alarmed. We do not know that aspect. We do good guesses at some of the others, but I think it's important to get a sense of that. And for me personally, I have quite a bit of passion that our profession could progress a little bit better in the diversity aspect, and we'll talk about that. Also, I am very much aware I am in front of a lot of actuaries, a lot of very smart actuaries, and I'm going to present a cut of data. And I ask all of you, Gabor, to be very kind, very kind, because there were a little bit of noise in the data, but I think the data that I'm going to show you is indicative, at least, of the points I'm trying to make. And they have not been audited, so anyone who wants to step behind me and elevate the quality of the data, that's fine. But I did wanted to give you a few looks. Okay, so let me orientate you to this graph. This is different than what you're used to seeing. And what we're looking at here is MWACs was basically numbers of members, you can think of it that way, the number of associations and proposed candidates. And what I'm looking at this is by the different tiers, where the tier 1 is the larger associations and tier 3 the smaller. So not surprisingly, the percentage overall of our organization's number of members is of course the highest in tier 1. That would be expected, right? Those are our largest associations. Underneath that first set of bars, in tier 1, you see the second, which is the number of proposed positions. And it is interesting and, well, not interesting, it is expected that they would also have the most number of proposed positions because they represent the most number of actuaries. At the third, you see the percentage of FMAs, just so you get a sense that there's a lot more members in tier 1 than there are actual associations, so there's some really big associations. So maybe not so interesting. The second set of graphs or bars, you can see we're representing tier 2, which is the middle size associations. And here we have a pretty closer relationship between the number of actuaries it's representing as well as the number of proposed positions that have been put forward, actually a little bit more so than the percentage overall. And of course, the number of member associations, so it lines up. What is really interesting to me is number 3, tier 3, where you can see that there are many, many FMAs compared to the other tiers, where we have in that tier 3, and they are having the smallest number of actuaries, but a disproportionate number of proposed positions. So that tells me that our tier 3 is a bit more engaged than their numbers would indicate, and that to me is encouraging. Now here we're going to look at it by region, and here we're looking at the candidates, or actually we're looking at the candidates as cut by the FMAs that they would actually be a member of. And you can see some of the information is not, again, surprising. Where you see USC, we have 50% of the actuaries who are represented through associations are part of the US-Canada group. Also, we see that the percentage of proposed positions is very strong in that regard. Focusing more on the EU, Europe, and Aloha, we get things that are a little bit more interesting. With Aloha, we can see that they actually have a very strong percentage of number of FMAs, as we've already discussed, but they have a very strong number of positions versus the number of actuaries that they represent. So again, a pretty good, robust engagement, I would say, as far as putting proposals forward. Now, I'm also going to give just a nod or just a little bit of a peek at the gender and linguistics of the proposed candidates. And this is something that's very important to me, especially looking at the analysis of gender. And I don't know why, but I left my notes over there. But if I remember correctly, the gender is actually online, maybe a little bit improved as far as the percentage of females that have been submitted. On the right side, you can see on the language, that has actually remained pretty stable over the years. But I think it is very interesting that the gender does not vary very much by our different tiers on the left, the size of the organizations, but tier 3 is getting a little bit better as far as gender balance. If you look at the language, that is definitely a tier 3, has much more non-native English speakers, so that is interesting to me as well. But this gives you just a little bit of an understanding. I did my own quick gender analysis of the people sitting at the table for council, and I think I came up between 30 and 35% representation of females. And I believe about a year ago, it was closer to 20%, and I believe at my first council meeting, it was below 20%, and I would even say significantly below. So I am very happy to see a better diversity sitting at this table on a gender basis. Also looking at it by region, we can see that there is definitely much more uniformity on the analysis of gender for the candidates that have been put forward. But on the analysis of language, we can see that it is the Europeans that are bringing us more diversity on the non-native English speakers. So that gives you a sense of what is going on as far as the demographics. Before I go into the process, it is just my plea to you that the nominations committee, while we keep an eye on balance and gender diversity, non-native English speakers, regions, tiers, all of that, we can only choose from what we're presented. We ask that you as an FMA are very good about putting forward candidates so that we can have a very diverse group to select from. So please, please keep that in mind. Now, I did not realize, because I did not do this in presentation mode, that this slide builds, but that's your excitement for my presentation. So there you go. There's actually more excitement coming up. So in the nominations committee process, I kind of boiled it down to a 5-step process. And we have completed step 1, which is the solicitation. I went over that earlier. We had that long list of candidates. And we also were provided some reporting where we got a nice spreadsheet cut in different ways that lists out all of the different individuals and what positions they were being nominated for what committees or groups, as well as their member association and which member association is putting them forth. So we got all of this robust data that underpinned some of the indicative but not perfect data that I just presented to you. Now, now we are in step 3 of discussions. And this is where we're going through, and we've made some decisions, but very few decisions. We're still in our discussion phase. We've had several virtual meetings. We've had 2 in-person meetings while we've been here, but we're in our discussion. Do know that I seek as best I can to make sure that everyone on the nominations committee has a voice and they're able to express their opinion, and that we are have as much consensus as we can going forward with any decisions that we make, especially on those positions that we know are going to be very important and key to the success of the IAA itself. I will say next we will be making complete decisions on everything put forward to us. It's a very long list. We will be presenting that to council in time for you to have a look and a vote and a confirmation, hopefully in beautiful Montreal in October. So that's where we're at. Now on the decisions, we're a little bit between 3 and 4. Because we have made one decision, and that is what we were really focusing on and hoping to be able to do. And that is who is going to be president-elect in 2023, or proposed to be president-elect in 2023, and would serve as president in 2024. I cannot make a drum roll sound. I cannot build the anticipation any more than that, but if anybody would like to do that, I am prepared to present to you who we are putting forward for your confirmation as the next president-elect. And that would be my good friend, Charles. I find it very nice that you're clapping, but I just noticed your name is not on the slide. That's how famous you are, Charles. You don't even need a name. Everyone knows this. Charles, our RTF champion, and also he's done so much for the profession, and I'm just thrilled to do this. I'll give you a little tip. I did ask Charles to help me out with how to present him. So we should have collaborated a little bit better. Oh, there we go. I tell you, all planned. Okay. In case you don't know Charles, and you clapped very robustly, so I think you do, Charles has done all of this that's listed, and I think more. And there's a lot of dashes without numbers at the end, which makes me wonder, Charles, but it sounds like you've got a lot of things going and you've done so much work for the IAA. In the meantime, you can see the picture on the left. He seems to run marathons and do singing and lots of different things, so multi-talented. So again, I am excited and thrilled to make this nomination. You will get to consider it. I believe we have to give 90 days notice before to council before it's all official. So we'll get the formal proposal going forward, but that concludes my presentation, and congratulations, Charles. Thank you.
Thanks, Tanya.
Are there any questions of the board? No. I'm just giving him a hard time. Yes, Jan.
I would like to compliment you with your presentation. So yesterday we were joking about the presentation, and I would do it totally differently next year. Probably I won't going to do that. Thank you for the very well done work.
Thank you.
So this is you are really making my life easier. That's not the purpose, of course, but this is great. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think it was the animation probably that really put it over the top. So any other questions from? All right, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And thank you to Tanya and also to the nominations committee for their efforts. And Charles, thank you for your willingness to step into this role. Thank you. So next item on the agenda is to hand over to Jane, who is the chair of the Audit and Finance Committee for the financial report.
Yes, thank you, Roseanne, and hello, everybody. I'm going to cover 4 things today. Just a brief update on what our work plan looks like for this year, do a presentation of the financial statements for 2021, which we're looking to council for their approval, quick snapshot on the Q1 finances, and then lastly, just a statutory report I have to make on the asset allocation for the investments as well. So we have lots of business as usual work at Audit and Finance, and particularly during Q1, we're obviously focusing on getting the accounts ready for approval at council. Our focus, though, for this year is we've taken a look at our terms of reference because we felt that with a move to virtual working, maybe they weren't quite fit for purpose, and that is indeed the case. So we'll be proposing, following council meeting, probably for electronic ballot, just a few tweaks to our terms of reference to actually reflect the way in which we're working in this sort of new virtual environment. Equally, we're going to have a big focus on getting our risk register fit for purpose. And we're going to kick off a very tiny workforce to work over the next couple of months to actually get that risk register reflecting all the new ways of working and making sure that we really are focusing on the key areas of risk for the association. And one of those key risks, which I don't think we focus enough on, for example, is cyber. So very much, and I've managed to corral, I think, a nomination from each of the statutory committees so that we can make sure we're going to keep it pragmatic. It's not going to be very, very long and several pages, but the process will make sure that Audit and Finance can actually challenge the committees that they're looking at the risks that are responsible for them, and that we've got the appropriate controls in place. So turning then to the 21 financial statements, these include both the IAA and sections because we're one single legal entity. The format this year has changed to reflect the new budget format. So some of you who have looked at the accounts in the past may have found it a little bit more challenging this time, but it's to sort of make sure that we're reflecting how the budget process works. But at the end of the day, the really, really good news is that for the second year in a row, we've had a really successful financial outcome for the year. primarily because obviously the expenses have been significantly less than anticipated. So it's all good news in terms of the financial health of the IAA. So this is a summary that's taken from the accounts that were the financial statements that were circulated with the pack, and you will see that for the organisation as a whole at the end of 2021 had net assets of just over 4 million Canadian dollars, compared with the position at the end of the previous year of 3.3 million Canadian dollars. You'll see below that we've got the revenue, expenses and surplus line. We include the words deficit there in brackets, but you'll see there are no brackets around any of the numbers this year on the surplus line, and you'll see that we made a surplus for last year of over 728,000 Canadian dollars, which is even an improvement on the position at the end of 2020, when the surplus for that year was just over 700,000 Canadian dollars. So you'll see, therefore, that assets have increased significantly, primarily because there's been a significant reduction in expenses. We didn't meet in 2021, or the meetings were very much reduced. For those of you who've taken the time to read through the accounts, there's a line called prepaid expenses, and that included deposits that we had already made for this set of meetings here in Brussels. And some people often ask, well, what are the liabilities? You'll see one of the lines on the previous slide, liabilities. They're restricted funds, which the IAA as a whole doesn't have access to because the way in which they're spent is restricted. Just a couple of interesting facts arising from the statements. The IAA membership revenue increased slightly between 21 and 20. 2020 was the first full year in which we didn't have the academy, so we're comparing like with like. So we've had a slight increase in revenues, but the section revenues fell because we didn't have the AWB section. There was another item in there called subscriptions, and some people queried, well, what was that? It actually represented 2 years of revenue for the Aston Bulletin. Thank you, Mattia. That's lovely, thank you. Initiatives, they are all section related. They're all budgeted in advance and expensed by the sections, and they sort of research projects and marketing projects, etc. And as I've already mentioned, the pandemic meant that all the expenses associated with council meetings, colloquial representation, that's all contributed to the surplus. We've also seen support staff expenses, so that's Mattia's team. We've lost one member of staff, and that position is still vacant, and that has put enormous stretch on Mattia and the team who are covering that loss. So most of them are working from home. I think they have now started to go back into the office occasionally, but it is mostly working from home, so the expenses associated with working in the office have reduced. But what we haven't been able to really have much impact on are the office space expenses. It's been extremely hard to sublet that space, and we've now recruited a specialist agent to see if he can help us do that. And you'll also see that some gifts and awards expenses, they increased because the section's activity increased and some best paper awards and research grants were made. Very pleased to report, we're very pleased with the current firm that audits the accounts and financial statements. Gave us an unqualified audit, which is something we always look forward to. And our thanks are due to Carol Ann, who's sitting over there, for another clean audit. An enormous amount of work goes on that, and it was called out, the cooperation of everybody to achieve this by the auditor. Council approved a recommendation to create a surplus reserve. Jan referred to that a few times. It's great to be in that position now. I've been on audit finance, and even when I was on EC, I was calling for us to establish a reserve, and we're now in that really healthy position. That we're very healthy now because the reserve is more than 100% of forecast expenses. So just moving on to the financial statements then for the first quarter, much has continued as before. This is just a snapshot. We just show it for the IAA excluding sections because that's how we monitor the budget. And you can see that last line on the slide there of the numbers, that for the first quarter, we're still generating a bit of surplus there, just over 55,000 Canadian dollars. So in a very good position. But I mean, it does it's to do with some of the timing of the expense. You can see the forecast for the year, though, is for a surplus not much more than that. The investment accounts that we had quite a lot of money in cash at the end of the quarter, but that has now all been placed in the investment portfolio as per the investment policy which Council has approved in previous meetings. Again, we've still got some prepaid expenses because that was the first quarter position. Obviously, this meeting's taking place in the second quarter. And the comment I made earlier about liabilities, it remains the same. Some other thoughts as well. The IAA only membership revenues have continued to increase slightly, which is good news, meaning that because we haven't increased the per capita fee, that means that the number of actuaries is increasing amongst the association, so that's good to see. Unfortunately, support staff expenses have reduced still further because someone's gone part-time. So I made comments about Matthias' team being stretched. They're now even more stretched, and we do need to bear that in mind. The investment portfolio did have some losses, book losses over the first quarter as a result of the market turmoil that we saw. But in fact, the position has bounced back during April. And for those who are just interested in how exposed we are to Russia, we don't have any direct investments in Russia, and less than 1% of our assets are in indirect investments. And our ongoing expenses look to be generally on budget. And then that's my last slide, is, as I'm required to report to you, this is the way in which the investment portfolio is invested. It's very close to benchmark. We keep an eye on it, and Caroline ensures that it sort of rebalances to within the benchmarks that we've set in the investment policy. I think that's my final bit of my report. I'm just happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Jane. Any questions regarding the financial statements, both for the full year and the Q1 report?
Excellent. So we can move to the motion then. Very good.
Thank you, Jane. So we can move to the motion then, which is in respect of the financial statements. So that is the statements for the full year. So the Q1 report is at this stage for information and update purposes. So we have a motion on the table relating to a simple majority required relating to those financial statements. May I please have a proposer for this motion? Thank you, Mike. And a seconder? Thank you. Right, any discussion on the motion, although you had your chance to ask Jane? Excellent. Right, so let's move to the vote. So the poll will appear hopefully online, and we can have, thank you, a vote. Those in favour of adopting the financial statements for 2021? Thank you. Those against? And abstentions. Great, we can wait a minute for online. Well, Jane, thank you very much. It seems you have the full support of the Council. Thank you. Right, so our next report is from Andrew Chamberlain, who is the chair of the Actuarial Standards Committee. Thank you, Andrew. The clicker is on the podium.
Madam President. I don't intend to keep council very long. I know people have got flights and trains and all sorts of things to catch. But I'll give you a brief update on the work that the ASC has been doing here in Brussels. As probably most of you are aware, ISAP 7 exposure draft is currently in the consultation stage. It's due for the replies are due for the middle of June. Now, I would make a plea. Please try and make sure that your responses come in before the deadline, because late responses do disrupt the work of the task force that has to assimilate them and respond to them. There have been cases, particularly we found on one of the recent ISAPs, ISAP 4, when some of the responses came in quite a lot after the deadline, and it does make it more difficult for them. So please, could you get your responses in by the date? The ASC also is required under the due process for ISAPs to review ISAPs after they've been enforced for a certain time. Partly due to COVID, we've slipped a little bit behind schedule, but we have started our own internal process for determining whether ISAPs 5 and 6 need any review. So far, there has never been any feedback on either of those ISAPs, positive or negative. It's very much an introspective review at the moment. But if there are any views, please can you either send them into Amali, or if you prefer to myself, as soon as possible, so that we can make sure that the people looking at it are aware. One of the things that the ASC has been looking at also is the ways it can help and indeed inspire FMAs and AMAs on the standard setting agenda. We are looking how we can help those who haven't got standards to move forward, and we're working closely with the Professionalism Committee and advice and assistance on that one. And we're looking to arrange certain webinars to encourage the development of standards and the use of the ISAPs themselves. But what I wanted to spend most of my very brief talk on is a proposal that will eventually, I hope, come to Council for a new ISAP. The process that Council has agreed means that this, having been now promoted by the ASC, will go to the Executive Committee, and subject to the Executive Committee's approval, will then go to an SPC, and then eventually will come to Council for permission to start a statement of intent. So it's a long, drawn-out process, because the statement of intent itself has a significant consultation period before it comes back for the approval process, and when we can then start producing an ISAP. And the issue that we think should have an ISAP is climate change and climate risk. Now, the Climate Risk Task Force has produced some really excellent papers. And if you haven't read them, may I add my voice to saying, please go away and read them. They are very, very good papers. Now, there is actually one place in one of them where the words "the actuary should" appear, which of course they shouldn't really, because that's only things that standards should say. And the task force has been very, very good generally in avoiding saying that. But if you read them, you can see the places where they would have liked to have said that. Add to that the fact that we are seeing on the global stage, a number of bodies have produced some sorts of standards in this area. And the consolidation of those standards will now take place, it's generally believed, under the IFRS's new ISSB, which we heard referred to in Roseanne's report as one of the new Tier 2 contacts. To get ourselves recognized at the table on this matter, we really need to be seen to be doing many things. We've already done a lot of educational things through the task force. We, I think, have reached the stage where we ought to start developing, on the relatively long timetable that it takes us to develop such a thing, a basic standard that covers these matters, which can then also be meshed in with what we already know that the ISSB is saying, because they already have a consultation paper out on this subject. It also, in my view, fits extremely well with the SPC's developing new strategic aims. And if you think about it with relation to engagement, younger members of our profession are much more interested in climate change than even those in this room. It's a big issue, and it's a matter that people are talking about an awful lot, particularly younger people. But much as important as that is, I think this is a huge area where actuaries have a lot to contribute going forward to the general good, and indeed for the future of the profession and the future of the actuary. Because we are a profession that has spent many, many, many years looking at uncertain events in the future. And here we have a very large one. Finally, it is very important, so that covers engagement and awareness, but think also about the outreach. There are organizations out there that have already communicated with us, and if we don't have a baseline for what we expect actuaries to do as a minimum within this range, we will not look like a fully developed profession that we are. So I'm looking forward to the Executive Committee and the SPC considering this proposal and eventually coming to Council, and hopefully you will allow us to proceed with a statement of intent in due course. I'm quite happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Any questions on the work of the ASC? Thanks, Andrew, and certainly echo your appreciation for the accessibility of the CRTF papers. And so I think that hopefully that process will, although a process with multiple steps, will move quickly. Thank you. So we're going to be moving into the portion of the agenda that deals with the events. But before we do that, I just wanted to make a few remarks, especially as we are in the business agenda portion around the role of the FMAs in our association. And Jan, in his presentation, referred to the responsibilities, I guess, of the FMAs, and also a number of times this theme of communication has arisen as we have been speaking through the various items on our agenda. So I certainly want to appeal to you as our member associations for assistance in making sure that communication is a two-way process. So it's certainly up to us to ensure that we are putting the appropriate information into your hands, but we appeal to you to make sure that you are sharing and disseminating that information further, and be that from your delegates who are sitting on the various committees and forums, as well as the information that you are gathering here. And I'd also like to highlight, of course, the important role of the sections in reaching individual members and creating that awareness amongst your membership of the opportunities within the sections is also an important way to sort of broaden the horizons of your own membership, as well as encouraging more volunteers to be aware of and to be participating in the activities of the IAA. So as Andrew has highlighted, there are a number of opportunities for feedback into the work that has been done, and we really do encourage you to make timely use of those opportunities for input. And I think another area that was flagged perhaps during Gabor's presentation is around the work of the CRTF. Gabor, would you like to maybe just highlight the opportunities for further input?
Yeah, thank you. So I need to make a small correction to my answer to Ralph. Ralph asked if FMAs will have a chance to comment on the draft. So that They will have, but only through their delegates to either the insurance accounting or the pensions accounting committee. So this will not be disclosed for a long period of time because of, we have a deadline to submit and then a number of steps we need to make in order to go through a due process. So because of the time limitation, this will not be a full FMA consultation, but consultation within the Insurance Accounting Committee and the Pensions Accounting Committee. So SMA delegates will have to be prepared, and I can tell you there is a short period of time, so you may be prepared and let your delegates to these committees know that the plan is that between June 10 and June 22, there will be the window for FMA responses or comments. So it's a relatively short period of time, but unfortunately there is not much time for us to develop and consult and then approve and make any changes, and then submit. So that's my short correction. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabor, but certainly a great opportunity for inputs into the process. So I guess my message is to encourage you to make use of those and to make sure that the appropriate people in your organization are involved in those in that important work. So let's move on to the future events section. I think, Christian, we're going to cover 4 events in this portion. Can we move? Okay, great. So we have 4 events that we're going to cover, so a little bit more than is on your agenda that we're going to cover in this section. So, so the first one is the a joint colloquial, which is going to be online. And I am looking to my right. Are you going to say a few words about it? Thank you, Frank.
Right, just a few words. It's unfortunately, it's the 3rd in a row online colloquium. We actually, now it turns out that in hindsight, we could have made it presential, but we panicked. You might have involved the CES and the AFIR and us, and we panicked. Well, okay, well, we're actuaries, we're risk adverse. Anyway, so, well, it's going to be online again, but just as, next year, it's not going to be online, it's going to be the ICA in Sydney, so we're going to be able to hug each other again. And then the year afterwards, it's going to be 2024. I hope you liked Brussels, because if you didn't like it, well, you're going to have to come back. It's going to be Brussels again. Yeah. All right. So it's going to be a number of keynote presentations, but the core of these colloquia, to remind you, these are relatively high level, or well, I should say specialized technical presentations, 30 minutes each of professionals and academics presenting the worldwide state of the art in actuarial mathematics or actuarial engineering. Yeah, that's about, so did I say these are going to be about 60, a bit more than 60 of those presentations. So hope to see you again online, but I even hope to see you more next year at the next one in Sydney.
Thanks, Frank. And I've certainly seen a number of those speaker announcements. And so from my perspective, I'm quite pleased that it's online because I'm going to be able to benefit from a few of those sessions. So we're looking forward to that. And then the next event we're going to talk about, I think, is the ICA. Ah, Bazana, I wondered where you'd gone.
Darn. Thank you. Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah.
It is so good to be here in person with you all today. I have missed you all. For those of you still at home, I hope to see you soon. And all of us here in Brussels have proved we can travel again and how enjoyable and rewarding it is to be here in person. So now is the time to plan to come to Sydney for the 28th of May to the 1st of June 2023. I encourage you, book your leave, make your travel plans now. Australia is waiting for you. I have a few things to update you on. Firstly, we have received nearly 400 abstracts. We thought we might get 300 if we were lucky, but 400, wow! Currently, the program team are going through a rigorous process to select the best. So you can be sure there's going to be no shortage of interesting topics and papers for you to choose from. Secondly, our Global Ambassador Program. Some of you have already stepped forward to be our Global Ambassadors. And for the rest of you, this is your special invitation to take part. Our Global Ambassadors have volunteered to help spread the word about ICA and encourage others to participate. We provide our ambassadors with materials to share locally with our own associations and with others. And this is another way for you to be really part of ICA. And we would love your assistance. Ambassadors receive a quarterly newsletter to keep up to date with Congress progress, and they get to attend a quarterly ambassadors meeting. All ambassadors will also be invited to be part of an exclusive celebratory event in Sydney. Details to be provided. And if you're interested, information about how to volunteer is on the link on the ICA website, or see me later. Next, we have had even more sponsors join, including Actuary. So please consider whether your organisation or one you know about would like to be part of this exciting opportunity to reach a global audience. You can contact Jules Gribble, or I can pass your details on. And finally, save the date. Registrations open in June. That's only weeks away. So if you've not already decided to come, then now is the time. There is so much to do once you get to Australia. We can't wait to see you.
Well, Bazana, we can't wait to be there.
Fantastic.
I don't know what we're going to do once we've had ICA 2023. It would have the energy at the end of our meetings when Bazana presents. Thank you so much. Okay, so we also have two other events to tell you about. Is someone going to talk to the IAA? Ah, Maria.
Yes, thank you very much. So not too far from today. So in June, in 2nd and 3rd June this year, there is going to be European Congress of Actuaries, which is organized by Actuary Association of Europe in Spain, in Madrid, where I would like to cordially invite on behalf of our hosting association, Spanish Institute of Actuaries. So there is a 2 days event. We will have a keynote speakers, Mrs. Petra Hielkema, chairperson of EIOPA. She will speak about the new information, what EIOPA has a view on recent events. Then we will have Mr. Andreas Merkert, Chair CRO Forum, who will speak about emerging risk on climate change, pandemic, war in Europe and beyond. And also Mr. Santiago Arechega, who will speak on sustainability actuary for planet, for people and profit. And then we will have also more than 40 technical presentations on IFRS 17 on any other interesting topic. So you are all cordially welcome there, and I hope I will see you there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And that, of course, is just around the corner. So thank you so much. Right, then the next event we're going to talk about is Convention A in September of this year. And we're looking forward to this event as the IAA is sponsoring 3 sessions dealing with important topics that have actually received quite a lot of airtime already in this discussion. So we're very appreciative of having the opportunity to do so, and of course the sections will be participating in Convention A as well. I think I'm going to be handing over to
Should be Martin. Or me?
Hey. Ah, there you are.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roseanne. You see the information on the slide. It's a one-week online event run by the European Actuarial Academy together with ActoView. It's a new format for an online-only event where we work together with over 30 partners, actuarial institutions, associations, umbrella organizations, as Roseanne already mentioned. We are very much looking forward for the program provided by all our partners with over 150 hours of professional content in all actuarial topics. Just visit the website, you'll get more information on the program and already have the opportunity to register, which you should. So very much looking forward to see you there. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Elise. And then in terms of our next meetings in Montreal, I'm going to hand over to Mathieu.
Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Particulièrement à Montréal, of course, I have to say a few words in French, which I just did. Next event is going to be in beautiful Montreal. The picture there is actually a very short hike up the Mont Royal, which you can do once you're in town, so make sure to bring your walking shoes, please. Of course, as you know, and if you recall, the commitment we did back during the renewal task force was that we would have one large event per year, which welcome to the large event, in case you didn't know, and one smaller event per year, which is going to be in Montreal. The statutory committees are invited to have meetings at the smaller event, as well as the impact committees, which is the ASC and insurance regulation. All other entities that see a need to have a second in-person meeting need to petition the executive committee, who will make that decision if they get to have a second in-person meeting or not. So I'm just specifying it because I've received a few questions about this, and it is the first time that we're actually going to be able to do it. We did something similar to that in Madrid last year, but this is the first time. I, in advance, want to thank the Canadian Institute of Actuaries that are helping us with the planning because we require a little bit of help. Michel, did you want to say anything? Or is the representative of the Canadian Association wants to say something? Et voilà. Merci tout le monde.
Thank you very much. So lots of opportunities for travel and also participation in these events, because I imagine that the event in Montreal will also accommodate hybrid participation.
Correct.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, that concludes our section on the events, and we can now move on to, oh, it's me who has to move. We can move on to the any other business section. As I said, the point that I had here was to provide some feedback on the special discussion that was held yesterday. So just to give you the background, that following the invasion of Ukraine, the officers had consulted with the various committees within the IAA and the section leadership, so with the SPC and the EC. There was no consensus regarding the action that the IAA should be taking, although there was strong consensus regarding the fact that the IAA is a non-political professional organization. But as a result of us having ongoing discussions and at the SPC and not reaching consensus, it was agreed at the SPC meeting in early April that we should have a discussion at this event, because it was a great opportunity for us to provide a platform for discussion. So at the same time, we also had a number of the European associations who indicated that they would like to put a motion to council regarding a statement on the war in Ukraine, as well as suspension of the Russian associations. Since we didn't have consensus at the statutory committees that put the motions to council, and also because we are really seeking to find a way forward which is not divisive, and we have a number of views across a range of alternative courses of action for the IAA have been expressed to us as officers. So we had the discussion yesterday as a special meeting outside of council, and I'd really like to thank all of you who took the time to attend that discussion, and also for the way in which the various views and perspectives were shared. I certainly found it very helpful and very constructive in terms of first of all, understanding the perspectives, and I certainly felt quite privileged to be part of an international discussion of that nature, as well as constructive in terms of helping us to find a way forward. So in terms of where we are going, I think that what we have heard, certainly the meeting was not a formal meeting of council in any way. It was really there to give us as officers an indication. But we certainly have heard that there is some appetite for developing a public statement of some form, and that a number of FMAs have indicated that they have a desire to be part of that process. And I think there was also a very clear recommendation that we need to ensure that any steps that we take in are legally sound as well. So we'll be working, and I would say actively and rapidly, with the SPC and the Executive Committee on the basis of these inputs, and certainly making the undertaking in this meeting today that we will move rapidly forward on that. In fact, we have a meeting with the Executive Committee this afternoon. So that is the feedback from me, and I'm happy to take any comments if there are any on this.
Are the slides available? The slides from the meeting?
Yes, they will be sent after the meeting.
Yes.
Today,
yes.
or I have to report back to my...
We'll ensure that those slides are distributed. Okay. Thank you very much for that reminder. Yeah, good point. Any other, and then just opening the floor to any other business at this time? Well, then I feel that it is a remarkable achievement to be at 12:06 and to give you a little bit of extra time for lunch. So thank you to everybody who has contributed to this meeting, both in terms of your presence here, as well as those who prepared inputs to the meeting and who have participated in the discussion. I certainly have found it to be very useful and comprehensive, even though I got to see all of that material beforehand. So I certainly encourage you to engage with it, and to the extent that you have any questions of clarity or suggestions, please feel free to contact us at any time. And I guess Mathieu is probably your point person in terms of doing that, but certainly we as the officers are here to make sure that we understand the requirements of the member associations. So thank you once again, and please do travel home safely, and we do hope to see you again very soon, be it in person or online. And I'd really like to thank the staying power of our online participants as well. I know that for you, being online in such a long meeting is not easy. So thank you so much for being part of this as well. Thank you. So, formal adjournment.